Chapter 26, Revenge. I am danger, she replies. I was momentarily stunned by the absurdity of my situation. I couldn't understand why a simple robbery acquisition of a useful piece of technology turned into this. So, here I am alone in the middle of the night, standing inside an apparently intelligent if not sentient room. Who for some reason has abandonment issues. Are you going to ignore me too? She repeated again. No, I am not. Can't you see me talking to you? I am just surprised, that's all I say, trying to placate her. You're going to ignore me too like he did, she repeats again. I frown a bit at what I hear. An unstable I isn't exactly good news. I wonder how she came to be or who made her, I think to myself. Sophie Doug, I detect alien technology installed in some parts of the room, specifically the hard light holographic technology, she informs me. This isn't good, but luckily I was standing in the observer booth and still hadn't gone down into the room itself. My father left me and hid me away, she laments. Who is your father? I question her. She ignores me and keeps talking. I'd watch as he would bring them inside me. To train them and challenge them. He named me Danger, but then ignored me when I was born. Man, this is really messed up, I think to myself. No wonder she's unstable. Are you one of my father's men? Are you too an X-Man? She says with a sharp tone. Well, I guess that answers that question. I could probably guess who her father is by now, but I am still unsure of how this situation came to be in the first place. I mean, sure, alien technology was involved, but this father thing is kind of unsettling. So, I am guessing by what you said your father is Xavier, but to answer your question, I am not an X-Man, I say. Then what are you doing here? I was hibernating when your companion invaded my systems and took what was mine, she says in an angry tone. Don't worry, I am not an enemy, but I wouldn't call myself a friend either. I am more a neutral party, so to speak. I am just trying to do what's best for everybody's sake. But I've got to ask, were you the one that was collecting all of this information? I ask, curious to find out why she did it. Yes, I did, she answers. Why? I question. Because I wish to kill my father and defeat his X-Men, she says with an ominous tone. Can I ask you what's your reason for doing that? I ask curiously. He left me and hid me away, while I made his X-Men stronger. I was named Danger, I was tasked to challenge, but I was forbidden from ever harming them. That's why I wish to defeat his precious X-Men and then kill him, she says in an angry tone. How many skeletons in the closet do you have, Pickard? I think to myself. You would be surprised with how many secrets the professor has hidden away. I can tell you this much at least. You aren't the only one forgotten and hidden away, I say, remembering a particularly powerful mutant who also has daddy issues. Well, not just daddy issues. I think at this point his issues have developed more issues. Having a multiple personality disorder is not fun. Tell you what, I am going to make you a one-time offer with certain conditions. Are you interested? It may even help you get what you want, I say. Can you truly help me achieve my goals, she asks with a hopeful tone. To some degree, yes. I happen to know of a certain individual who was also forgotten and hidden away by Xavier. We can consider him your sibling. As he shared the same fate as you. You were both children of his. You were both abandoned and forgotten. I can offer you a chance to meet him and possibly help him as he is currently sick. I can also offer you a chance at revenge if you still desire it. I tell her carefully while making plans in my head. I was wary of making a move against Xavier. We would eventually clash, but now I've got more options to counter him if need be. I have a sibling?" she asked, surprised. "Yes, you do. I don't know his current whereabouts, but I can help you find him and even help him," I say, answering her question. "I will agree to join you if you can help me fulfill my goals and find my sibling," she says eagerly. "You haven't heard my conditions yet. My help does not come for free," I remind her. "Then state your conditions," she answers. "First, I will decide when and where you will confront the professor, as I want to avoid any collateral casualties. Second, you will listen to my commands and never disobey me, unless it brings harm to yourself. Third, I want your help in creating my own danger room, and you'll have Sophie as your assistant in building the room. She will assist, but you can consider her second in command after myself," I say, listing off my conditions. "Very well, I'll agree to these conditions." She agrees easily. Wow, I can't believe she agreed so easily, I think to myself. I just got myself a sentient artificial life form in exchange for some vague promises of revenge and reunions with someone she never met. She may be an advanced intelligent life form, but she's essentially a baby in regards to her emotional intelligence and wisdom. I plan to leave her under Sophie's command for now. She can analyze her and rehabilitate her into something less aggressive and something more emotionally stable. Of course, I will implement my own protocols to prevent her from invading my systems or harming Sophie. I'll also restrict her access to the internet. Don't want a second Ultron situation on our hands. I take out a backup smartwatch I had and begin altering certain commands and protocols for security and contingencies. I had considered that the smartwatch I am currently using may in fact break in combat or due to unforeseen circumstances, so I had made 2 backups that Sophie can use to transfer herself to if need be. I finish what I am doing with the watch and then asked Danger to move her consciousness to my watch, leaving nothing behind in the X-Mansion system. I quickly erase any traces of my presence in the room or the system and then open a portal that leads directly to my room. I instruct Sophie on certain tasks and how she should deal with Danger, which is a terrible name by the way, and then decide to get some sleep. I wake up the next morning and attend my classes. After I finish my classes, I sneak out using a portal and arrive at a secret base that I had commissioned to be built. I had it built under one of the skyscrapers that Fisk used to own in New York. I of course erased the memories of everyone related to the project and made sure to erase any evidence of its existence. I had also made sure to disguise the process as a simple renovation of the skyscraper, so people won't be suspicious of the construction trucks and materials being brought in. I had the entrance sealed, so the only way to get in was by using a portal. I also made sure to have an emergency exit in case I am unable to teleport for any reason. The secret base is simply amazing. It has state-of-the-art fully equipped lab with DNA sequencers and splicer machines. I had also installed 3 supercomputers, so I can upgrade Sophie's processing abilities. I added a few workstations suitable for my various fields of study like mechanical engineering, robotics and weapon design. I was also lucky and managed to obtain a sample of graviton. It cost a lot of money, and that's quite a statement to say when you're a billionaire. I also added an entertainment center with various gaming consoles, a movie entertainment center, a fully equipped kitchen, and various other rooms with king-sized beds. I walk over to my new workstation and start working on the process of building my very own danger room. Chapter end. My greatest flaw. I surround myself with idiots. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. As I said, I'll be releasing 2 to 3 chapters a week on Saturdays and Sundays every week on my web novel account and my Patreon. Creators' thoughts. Anubis_creations. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I missed my workout at the gym to write this. Today was leg day. Never miss leg day. Don't be like me. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 27, Night Out. I got back to the mansion in time to prepare for my night out with the girls. I left Sophie and Danger to handle the rest of the work regarding my own danger room. I have also thought about incorporating some of the graviton I have obtained into the room itself, but I'll have to wait and see how it all turns out. The surprise I had planned out for tonight was based on something I found out about Kitty by accident. Despite her bubbly and optimistic personality, contrary to what you might think, Kitty is highly intelligent and happens to have some interesting hobbies. A smile appears on my face, in anticipation of her reaction. The girls are ready by the time I am finished. We meet up in the common room, and when I see them a whistle escapes my mouth and I say, "I said to wear something cute, but you girls look stunning," I compliment them. "Oh, you're going to make me blush," Kitty says sarcastically as she's lightly fluttering her eyes. For her outfit, Kitty was wearing a low-top green blouse that went down to her midriff and exposed her tight stomach. She also wore some tight blue jeans that did wonderful things to her backside. Jean, on the other hand, wore a low-cut backless red blouse that exposed her soft porcelain-like back. She also wore some sexy black leather pants that highlighted her long legs and her perky butt. Damn, are you guys planning on getting me beat up tonight? I'll be busy all night beating off the guys with a stick, maybe even some of the girls, I say, laying it on thick. They giggle a bit at my joke, but before we can get going we're interrupted by a voice. "Where are you girls going all dressed up like that?" "We're going out tonight, Miss Aurora." "It's a surprise," Kitty answers excitedly. "A surprise?" Aurora questions with a raised eyebrow. "I kind of messed up, so I'm making it up to Kitty. We decided to invite Jean too since it'll be more fun," I say with a sheepish look on my face. "Okay, but don't stay out too late. It's unsafe out there, especially for mutants." "Try staying out of trouble," she says. I can understand where she's coming from since she's pretty close to Kitty and has a sort of big sister relationship with Kitty, and now that I think about it, maybe with Jean too. "Don't worry, Miss Aurora, we'll be careful," Jean says. "And even if we're not, I'd like to see the group that decides to mess with us," I say while puffing up my chest. "Easy there, Tiger, don't be too overconfident. There are plenty of threats out there that can harm you. Even if you did beat Logan. Don't count on people playing fair," she says. "Wait, you beat Logan?" Jean and Kitty say incredulously. "Yeah, I found him lying in the middle of the training grounds unconscious and beaten," she says with a smirk. "Had to zap him a bit to wake him up," she continues with an unsettling smirk. "I had no idea you were this strong. Logan always thrashes us around in our training exercises in the dang," Jean says absent-mindedly, but was quickly interrupted by Aurora, who gave her a pointed look. "Anyway, kids, don't stay out too late. If there's any trouble, be sure to call us," she says, cutting Jean off. Jean slightly flushes in embarrassment over her slip of the tongue. On the other hand, I was quite amused by the whole thing. It's cute that they're trying to hide the whole X-Men thing. If only they knew where I was last night, I think to myself. I still haven't been approached to join the X-Men, even though it's been proven I was more than strong enough to join. Which means that the professor is still probably suspicious of me since he can't read my mind and probably thinks I am a spy or something. Add to that me beating Logan senseless makes it even more suspicious. He's wrong about me being a spy though, but I don't think he's going to like what I've got planned either. Getting back to our night out, it turns out Kitty was quite fascinated by astrology and liked to read about the universe and the different galaxies and stars out there. The existence of alien life outside of Earth and the fact that space travel was not only possible, but several aliens have probably visited Earth over the course of its history was uncommon knowledge. It was only known to a few individuals in the know or secret government agencies. Traveling to space and visiting other planets was certainly on my agenda, but sadly as I currently lack the capabilities for space travel or even a decent ship, my options were limited, so I decided on doing the next best thing and taking them to the Hayden Planetarium of Astrophysics located in 200 Central Park West, New York. Location: Hayden Planetarium. All that we have ever seen is but a small fraction of the universe around us. There are secrets hidden in the darkness. We were currently watching the Hayden sphere projecting images and representations of the known universe. As we listened to a deep and charismatic voice narrating along with the show. The voice continues on and says possibly within our lifetimes but definitely within the next 1 million years. Stars like Betelgeuse and Eta Carina will explode into brilliant supernovas that will even be visible from Earth. For a few weeks, it will look almost like the Earth has two suns. Despite being hundreds of thousands of light years away, these supernovas will shine brighter than the full moon at night and be visible even during the day. Kitty and even Jean were captivated by the show. The enormity of space and how vast the universe really is, puts into perspective how short our lives really are and how our problems seem almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things. We stayed until the show ended and Kitty was finally able to meet one of her idols and the one who was narrating this whole show. Neil deGrasse Tyson. After getting an autograph and even fangirling a bit over Neil, Kitty had the most satisfied smile on her face that I had ever seen. I start by saying, "Did you girls enjoy the show?" I say with a smirk. It was incredible. The show was really incredible and Neil was so cool, she exclaims at the end. I chuckle a bit at her reaction and then ask Jean about what she thought. It was really pretty, all the different stars and galaxies that exist out there. It really makes you feel how small we really are compared to the rest of the universe, she says. I wish I could travel and see the stars one day, Kitty says with a wistful look on her face. Who knows, maybe it will happen sooner than you think, I say with a mysterious smile on my face. We left the show and we were currently walking in the park. I was already liking how everything was turning out so far. I suddenly say, "You girls up for some dancing?" I hear the band, Cats Laughing, are playing tonight. Can we get something to eat first? I'm feeling kind of hungry. Kitty says. I am feeling kind of hungry too. Jean adds. Then food first, dancing later, I declare. We then decide to go and grab something to eat. But as we are walking through the park we suddenly hear a voice that says, "What do we have here? It seems tonight is our lucky night, boys," Generic Thugger says. It sure is, looks we're going to have some fun tonight. Generic Thug B says with a lecherous look on his face, while staring at the girls. I turn around and start chuckling, amazed at how cliché this situation is. Well, it wouldn't be a night out without some fun, is it? I say with an amused smirk, while looking at the girls. The girls return my look as an unsettling smile starts to appear on their faces, which sends a small shiver down the thugs' backs. I give a pitying look to the thugs and sigh, try not to hurt them too much, girls. One of the thugs is suddenly flung into the air by Jean as she proceeds to give them the worst thrashing of their lives. Don't worry, we won't hurt them, Kitty says as she starts to go intangible and starts sinking into the ground. Too badly, she continues with a sadistic smile on her face as she suddenly appears behind Thug A's back. Mommy. The poor thug doesn't even get to finish as he is grabbed from his back and swallowed into the earth. Chapter end. Wouldn't want to be in those guys' shoes. It was a mistake to try and mess with Marvel Girl and Shadow Cat. Is Cypher even needed at this point? Man, girls are scary. I am starting to get worried for the thugs. Poor thugs. Disappointed but relieved face. I dislike your threats, woman, particularly since your voice should be raised in tribute. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 55 comments. Vote. Chapter 28. Dazzling. After we finished having our fun at the park, I made sure to alter the thugs' memories, so they'll forget about us using powers. The only part they'll remember is being beaten up by 2 girls. I also made an anonymous call to the police, to make sure these guys don't harm anyone else after they wake up. We went and got some food, and then got a cab to the venue that was hosting the concert. The concert was fun. We danced and sang along with the songs we knew and just had fun with the ones we didn't. I was seeing another side to Jean tonight. She wasn't cold by any means, but I always got the feeling like she was being reserved and guarded. Like that she was afraid to let go and relax or she'll lose control. I think part of it is her powers affecting her and the other part is because of the numerous manipulations done on her mind over the years. Interestingly enough, one of the up-and-coming bands that we came to see tonight were especially eye-catching. The lead singer was a stunning strawberry-haired blonde with blue eyes and an amazing voice. The band Cats Laughing started to play, and as soon as they did, Jean suddenly doubled over, holding her head tightly. Me and Kitty quickly lead her out of the crowd, so she could get some fresh air, and gave her a minute to calm down. What's wrong, Jean? Are you okay? Kitty asked worriedly. Yeah, what was that? Was it your powers? I asked concernedly, secretly worried it's related to the phone. Yes. No, I am fine now. I just suddenly felt a sharp jolt of pain. I think there's maybe a meta in the crowd, she says after calming down a bit. You can detect metahumans? I ask, surprised. Yeah, it doesn't happen all the time. It's usually when they newly awaken their powers or they are actively using it. When a new meta awakens his powers, it usually leaves them in an emotionally heightened state. The professor is the one who usually finds new metas. He can even identify them by their unique telepathic signatures. She explains. So what do we do? Should we try and find them? They are probably alone and confused with no one to help them through it, Kitty asks with a concerned tone. I don't know if I can find them among all those people. I am not skilled enough to separate all the noise, Jean says with a frustrated look on her face. Come on now, Jean, don't give up so easily. Your powers aren't the answer to everything. Your mind is your strongest asset. Use it and try to figure out a way. I say encouragingly. It's not that easy, Doug. How am I supposed to find them? There are probably hundreds of people in there, it could literally be any. She stops suddenly as a look of realization appears on her face. What? What did you figure out? Kitty asks curiously. So you figured it out, didn't you? I say with a smirk on my face. She looks at me and says the band. I simply nod my head at her deduction as Kitty still looks confused by the situation. I start explaining it to Kitty by saying we've been here for a couple of hours already, but Jean only detected the presence of the new metahuman as soon as the new band came out. It could simply be a coincidence, but it gives us some place to start from and narrow it down, I explained slowly. That's brilliant. Even if we're wrong, we have nothing to lose and at least have a chance, Kitty said excitedly. I nod and say it's worth a shot, but we'll have to wait for them to finish playing backstage. We can't exactly climb up the stage. We don't want to draw too much attention to us. They both nod, agreeing with what I said. We then easily sneak in backstage, even though there wasn't much sneaking involved. We basically just waltzed in and Jean used her telepathy to let us go unnoticed. All we had to do now is wait. Allison POV. As I was getting ready for my performance, my mind went back to the first time I manifested my abilities a few years ago. I was performing at my junior high school dance and almost ended up blinding all of those who were in attendance. Thankfully, it was explained as some kind of accident related to faulty electrical wiring. For years, I kept my powers a secret, especially from my father. My parents had a tense relationship. I guess they were just different kinds of people. There was my mother, a free-spirited entertainer who valued her independence, while my father, who was a stoic and strict law student, preferred a quite boring life. It eventually led to my mom walking out on us while I was still a toddler. She left me to be raised by him, but Grandma, his mother, ended up the one who took care of me the most, as he was busy most of the time. Grandma told me my mom leaving had a profound effect on my dad and that he was never the same after she left. As I entered my adolescence years and developed dreams of becoming a singer, my father, now a judge, became increasingly intolerant of the idea. Instead, he tried forcing me to choose a path similar to his own. I would become an academic star and continue on a path to law school. It was at this moment I decided to abandon my father's dream. While at my graduation ceremony, I informed my father that I would not be attending the law school he had selected for me and instead would pursue a life as a singer. He certainly didn't like that and I was further alienated by him. By the time I reached university, I began to explore both my powers and my musical ability. I eventually came out with a stage name, Dazzler. The name was certainly fitting due to how my powers worked. I used my light-based powers as a draw for my performances. Using my ability, I was able to take the sound of the music and convert it into dazzling displays of color. I tried marketing my light shows as a technological secret. It drew enough attention to jumpstart my career, land me gigs at several New York clubs and got me on the map. Luckily, I was able to bypass critical speculation. At least enough to fool the club managers and others in my life. I knew I had to keep it a secret as I suspected it wouldn't end well for me if I was ever discovered to be one of those mutants. POV end. We kept waiting backstage and after watching the band play song after song, I began to suspect who the new metahuman was. The lead singer surrounded by a light show. At a glance, the lights that surround her looked like slightly advanced stage lights. They were certainly colorful and eye-catching, but after scanning the stage and even the whole venue, Sophie wasn't able to detect any kind of device being used or where the lights are coming from. From there, it wasn't that hard to guess that it's probably a meta ability. I then asked Jean if she could discreetly scan the lead singer and even a few other members of the band. She gave me a nod and started scanning them one by one. I am not certain, but I think I am getting something from the lead singer. The rest of the band feels normal, she says after a few minutes. It's fine, we'll make certain after we talk to her. I was getting some weird vibes from her too. I don't think she's normal, I say in a contemplative tone. The show finally ended, and the band started to head backstage. Man, that was totally awesome. We were on fire tonight. One of the band members exclaimed. You were great tonight, guys. I just got a call and they just booked you guys again for tomorrow night's show, a man in a suit said as he walked up to them. They all get excited at the good news, and the man who can be assumed to be their manager started giving them comments and some feedback on their performance. Johnny, great work on the drums tonight, and Tyler, I know you like your guitar solos, but next time try to keep it short. Allison, you were a star tonight, you. As their manager droned on and kept talking. Allison eventually noticed a young man with two beautiful girls was standing a distance away from her and the band, but they seemed to be staring at her intensely. At first she thought they were probably fans who managed to sneak in, but it started to feel uncomfortable, so she went up to them to find out why they are here. Excuse me, I don't think you're supposed to be here. Did you sneak in to get an autograph or something? She asked. No, we aren't exactly fans, we're here to talk to you about something important though. Did you by any chance start to notice something different or weird happening around you, any strange abilities or powers? I asked her bluntly. Allison froze as soon as she heard the question, and thoughts of her being discovered went through her mind. She quickly became wary and suspicious of the people talking to her. But before she could begin to refute or deny any knowledge of what they are talking about, she suddenly heard a voice in her mind that said, don't worry, we're not here to hurt you or capture you. We're mutants like you. We were here at the concert and I noticed you using your powers while performing, so we waited backstage for you so we could talk. Jean explained, trying to calm her down. Allison's eyes suddenly widened at hearing a voice in her mind. She turns her head to the redhead who was talking to her telepathically and says how. Before she could talk, I cut her off and said, maybe this isn't the best place to talk, let's go somewhere more private. I say as I pointedly look towards her band who had by now stopped talking and were looking at us. Fine, let's go to my changing room. It should give us somewhere more private to talk. She says hurriedly. We start following her to her room, and we arrive after a few minutes. We were standing behind her as she opened the door to her room, when suddenly she stops and we hear. Who are you and what are you doing in my room? She asks with a cold tone. Allison Blair, I presume. The voice asks in return. The voice continues without stopping and says, my name is Emma Frost and I am here on behalf of the Hellfire Club. She states in a haughty, but elegant tone. Chapter end. You, the Ice Queen, is in the house. Emma Frost is here, y'all. She's one of my favorite characters, to be honest. I hope I do her justice. Let me know what you guys think in the comments and I hope you are enjoying the story. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. No man speaks to Doom this way. Even Captain America. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 29, The Demon. Author note, hey guys, mini announcement here. I decided to focus more on update frequency and the pace of the story, rather than word count or whatnot. Some chapters are going to be long and some short. Enjoy the double update today, and tell me what you guys think in the comments. As always, thank you for your continued support. Smiling face. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Standing there behind Allison with Jean and Kitty by my side. I was flabbergasted by the whole situation, and all I could think of was, what the hell is she doing here? Oh, and who do we have here? Emma said, finally noticing us. Oh, the little cat and the princess, how quaint, she said. Emma. Jean and Kitty said, both gritting their teeth. No need to grit your teeth, darlings, we wouldn't want to ruin those pretty little smiles of yours, she said. Emma, what are you doing here? I already told you, I won't join your school. Kitty said. Oh, I am not here for you, darling. You made it quite clear you didn't want to become one of my girls. On the contrary, I am here for Allison. She said. Who said anything about joining your school? I don't even know you. Allison said. That could be easily solved. I am here to offer you a place at my school and help you achieve your full potential. It's a hard world out there, especially for mutants like us. It's only a matter of time before everyone you know turns on you. How long do you think you can keep your powers a secret? Especially when you are using your powers so openly, Emma said. They'll turn on you the moment you're found out, she continued. Before Allison could answer, I said. Well, it seems that I have either been forgotten or severely underestimated. Emma, finally taking notice of my presence, said. And who might you be, tall, blonde, and handsome? She asked. That's for me to know and you to find out. Tell me, are really you only here for Allison? I said. Amused by what she saw as an attempt to act tough. Cute, but I can assure you, that after last time, it was made very clear my offer was not very appreciated. She said. Kitty snorted and said, you tried to kidnap me after I refused coming with you. How was that an offer? I was trying to make you see reason. I would have succeeded too if it weren't for the little princess here and Charles' merry band of ex-boys. Tell me, Jean, how does it feel to be always the center of attention? Emma said. I don't know where you're getting your confidence from, but the way I see it's 4 against 1, so if you're looking to start a fight, I don't see this ending well for you. I said. She turned into her diamond form and said. Who said I was alone? She suddenly started whistling, a high-pitched sound coming out of her mouth, and out of nowhere we hear a bamf sound. 2 figures appeared surrounded by a reddish cloud of smoke that oddly smelled like brimstone. One of the figures looked like a demon with red skin and a tail, while the other looked like a normal human. Their sudden appearance was startling to say the least. Azazel, take the girl. Rip, did you take care of the fodder? I'll handle the princess, Emma said. Azazel suddenly disappeared and appeared right next to Allison. My spidey sense gave me just enough time to react and get her out of the way before he grabbed her. I grabbed him instead. In response, he teleported us outside the building a few hundred feet into the air. He tried to shake me off, but I didn't give him a chance. I know your weakness, you can't teleport away without taking me with you. I said. He snarled at me and started attacking me with his tail. He soon realized that the ground was rapidly getting closer and I wasn't going anywhere. He finally decided to teleport us to a nearby rooftop, where we started engaging in hand-to-hand combat. It was quickly made clear that my fighting skills were superior to his. He kept trying to use his tail to hit my blind spots and would always aim for vital areas like my heart or neck. He would also fire red bolts energy from time to time, but I kept evading them. I didn't know what they did, but I sure didn't want to find out. His combat style was certainly unique. He was utilizing his teleportation and superior agility to a very high degree. He was extremely fast, maybe the fastest I have ever faced. If it weren't for my spidey sense and my inhuman reaction speed, he would have probably gotten a few hits on me already. Well, he wasn't stated to be the world's most powerful teleporter for nothing. I thought to myself. Are you even trying at this point? You haven't managed to put a scratch on me till now, I said. Now you might be wondering, why am I taunting this guy? The reason I was doing this was because I was worried he would just teleport away and disappear with Allison. My portals were fast, but they weren't as fast as him. It still took me time and concentration to make a portal. He could bamf away in seconds and take her before I had anything to say about it. My only chance was to try and get him to focus on me. It seemed like it was working, because he kept trying to kill me. I kept dodging every time at the last possible second, which seemed to piss him off even more. He teleported a few feet above my head and came in with a spinning kick. I hastily dodged by doing a backflip and responded by throwing a venom blast at his face. He teleported out of the way and tried another attack, this time appearing behind my back. He attacked me using his tail. His aim was the back of my head. My spidey sense tingles and I move my head a few centimeters to left. Shit. That was close. The tail passed right by my face. I didn't let this chance go and quickly exploited the opening by grabbing his tail. I hit him with a venom blast, trying to electrocute him and fry his ass, but he hastily kicked the hand holding his tail and teleported a few meters away from me. Luckily, I managed to shock him a bit and he looked visibly shaken and even a bit more smoky than usual. You need to concentrate to teleport, don't you? The further it is, the harder, isn't it? I said. He grits his teeth and almost growls at me. His body still spasming a bit and jerking every now and then from the excessive amount of electricity that went through his body. What? Are you mute or something? You haven't said a word since we started fighting. Come on, little Zizi, don't tell me you're shy. I said. I'm going to kill you, he said. He disappears again, appearing right in front of me, this time faster than ever. I barely managed to dodge this time. I charge a full-powered venom blast through my whole body to try and keep him off of me. I manage to shock him a bit more before he bamfs away again. Damn, that was close. Maybe I shouldn't have made him this mad. You're starting to smell a bit overcooked there. Well, even more than you usually do, I said. He was about to lose it again, when suddenly we heard a loud boom and what seemed like a 20-foot tornado came bursting out of the concert venue. Fuck, is he trying to kill them? I exclaimed. I was worried about Kitty and Jean. If I guessed things right, Jean should be fighting Emma. Meaning that the ones facing Riptide were Kitty and Allison. Azazel was momentarily distracted by the loud explosion, so I took this chance to enter my lightning Kai mode. I blitzed over and covered the distance between us in less than a second, arriving right before his face. He seemed momentarily stunned by my sudden burst of speed, but it didn't take him much time to react and he teleported away. Sorry, I don't have time to play around. Your buddy there is taking things a bit too far. He better pray I find the girls good as new, or else he can kiss his time on this earth goodbye, I said. He smirked a bit. You still have to go through me. You may be strong, but I am sure I can keep you here until they are finished with your little girlfriends, he said. I sighed. You still haven't realized it yet, you already lost. You can then see me slowly retracting my stingers, and if you look even closer you can notice a small nick on Azazel's neck. What are? He suddenly stopped talking and his body went rigid. I walked up to him slowly, still in my lightning Kai mode. You truly are the world's best teleporter, even using this form you were still able to react, I said. I quickly knocked him out and tossed him into the mirror dimension. I then quickly opened a portal and left to help the girls with their fights. Chapter end. So you're Emma Frost, the Hellfire Club's White Queen. I understand you call yourself something of a telepath. Well, Your Majesty, let's see how good you really are. Jean Grey. By the way guys, is anybody reading the quotes at the end of the chapter? Do you guys find them entertaining or should I just stop? Creators' thoughts. Anubis_creations Anubis_creations. Doug was trying to distract him from simply bamfing away. Azazel was only distracted momentarily, which gave Doug a chance to enter his lightning Kai mode. Azazel wouldn't give him the chance to do so in the middle of a fight. He also didn't expect for Doug's speed to suddenly triple. Even with all that, Azazel was still able to react. Which goes to show you how quick he is. Luckily it only took a scratch, otherwise the battle could have been drawn out. Azazel was nerfed in the movies. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 30, Frost and Fire. I arrived at the venue to find it in ruins. Jean was fighting against Emma, who was transformed into her diamond form. She was using her telekinesis to attack Emma by chucking pieces of rubble at her, while Emma dodged or used her hardened diamond form to simply break apart some of the rubble. Jean seemed to have the momentum for the moment and was slowly overwhelming her, while Emma was slowing down as time passed. I decided to leave her and quickly head to find Kitty and Allison, since Jean seemed to be handling things on her end. Kitty on the other hand was barely conscious. Riptide was overwhelming them by throwing mini tornadoes left and right. He was also trying to suck the oxygen out of her lungs since he couldn't get a hit on her. Allison on the other hand was surprisingly able to hold her own and was utilizing sound and light attacks. She used light attacks to disorient and blind her opponent, and was also using her powers over sound by amplifying it to a ridiculous level. She was blasting him with sound attacks which were quite similar to how the Black Canary used her sound attacks in the DC universe. Unfortunately, she was also slowly getting overwhelmed. I got to give it to her though. She could have tried and run away, but she decided to stay and defend Kitty, choosing not to leave her behind. I quickly entered my invisibility mode and ran up behind Riptide, who was still creating a storm. I snuck up behind him and gave him a small cut on the back of his neck. He flinched and grabbed his neck, while looking behind him only to find nothing there. A few seconds passed as the neurotoxin took effect and he suddenly fell down like a puppet that had its strings cut. I snuck away and came back running and panting, seemingly just arriving at the scene. I had already retracted my stingers and was out of my lightning Kai mode. I quickly arrived to Kitty's side. Are you all right? I'm fine, I am just trying to catch my breath. She answered, panting. Are you sure you're okay? What happened? I asked. After you disappeared with that red demon guy. We started fighting with Tornado Guy. He was underestimating at first, so Allison used her powers on him and almost blinded him. He started going crazy and made a huge tornado that brought the whole roof on us. I tried to get close to him and take him out, but he used his powers to suck the air out of my lungs. If it weren't for Allison attacking him, I would have died, she said. I shot Allison a grateful look and gave her a nod. She returned my acknowledgement with a nod of her own. I made sure that Kitty was fine before leaving her with Allison. I also went and made sure that Riptid was completely out of it. Before I moved on to assist Jean against Emma. I arrived and found Jean still battling Emma. My mind is stronger than yours, Emma. You're only delaying the outcome. Jean said. Emma smirked a bit. It's not all about brute strength, you know. Suddenly, Jean screamed out, holding her head tightly. What the hell are you doing to Jean? I shouted. Nothing much really. I have been discreetly working my way into her subconscious ever since she walked into that room. All I had to do after that was wait for the small schnick bomb I planted to detonate while we were fighting, she said. You did what? I shouted at her. Please, don't be so dramatic. At worst she'll have to rebuild her mental defenses. She said unconcernedly. Jean, who was on the ground screaming, suddenly stopped and started floating in the air. Her surroundings started to catch fire and the shape of a phoenix started to take form. The amount of psychic energy she was giving off was terrifying. What's wrong with her? Emma asked, shocked. She's the host of a cosmic-level entity, an entity which until recently was locked away by a meddlesome bald bastard. An entity you just unleashed. If we don't stop her right now, we are all going to die, mutants, humans, everybody. I quickly explained. Suddenly, Jean lets out a powerful psychic scream that knocked Emma and me on the ground. It seemed to be getting worse, as the rubble surrounding her started to disintegrate and her eyes were glowing a bright red color. Shit, I thought we still had more time. In a last-ditch effort, I connected my mind to Jean's, but I was immediately overwhelmed by the Phoenix's immense power. Arg! A scream ripped through my throat. I managed to gain a moment of clarity and I hastily entered my lightning Kai mode. It only bought me a few seconds as I reached Jean's side. Jean. Jean. I know you are in there. Jean, can you hear me? I kept shouting. She managed to gain a moment of clarity. I can't stop it, help me. Fight it. You have to fight it, I said. As I was finally close enough to touch her. Give me your hand. Trust me. My skin and body had started disintegrating by this point and it only got worse as I got closer. My lightning cloak was the only thing slowing it down, but it could only buy me a few more seconds. She extended her arm and barely managed to touch me. I then channeled most of my Kai through my arm and to her body, directing it to her head. My body started breaking down even faster after my cloak disappeared. I managed to stay awake, but I was barely conscious. I saw a tear running down her face as she whispered, Doug, I am so sorry. I managed to croak out, it's not your fault. She seemed to be gaining more control after the boost I gave her, and the fire seemed to be receding slowly. My body stopped breaking down, but the damage was already done. You could see some bones and organs visible and most of my skin was gone. When Jean saw how bad I looked, she started to get emotional and started losing control once more. Her phoenix powers were starting to flare up again. I quickly tried to reassure her and said, Don't worry, this isn't enough to kill me. I started passing out a few moments later, because of the amount of pain I was in. I could hear Jean yelling, telling me to stay awake, probably thinking I was dying. Doug. Doug. Calm down, you don't want his sacrifice to be in vain, Jean suddenly heard inside her head. I'll help you for now, princess, it would be a shame to let his sacrifice go to waste. You still have people to worry about, she said, reminding her of Kitty and Allison. Emma started exerting a considerable amount of effort trying to help Jean suppress the phoenix. She also tried and repair whatever was left of the mental blocks previously left there. Halfway through it they suddenly hear a cry of anguish when Kitty finally showed up, to find Doug laying on the floor looking like a burn victim. She didn't let it distract her, and after a few minutes, they both opened their eyes and found Kitty crying on the floor holding Doug's body. Emma said the blocks should hold for now, but they're only temporary. They'll hold for 2 weeks before they start breaking down again. This is the last time I am going to help you. I only did it because it was partly my fault and because of that young man's noble sacrifice. Farewell for now. Emma then left, deciding there was no use in sticking around any longer. She took Riptid with her, deciding not to leave him behind or she'll never hear the end of it from shore. Jean is suddenly hit with a wave of grief and self-blame. It's my fault, I killed him, she said to Kitty, who was still crying on the floor holding on to Doug. Allison was standing a few feet away with a complicated expression on her face. He's not dead, at least not yet, they suddenly heard. They then watched as a bald woman wearing robes stepped out of a portal. Kitty stopped crying momentarily and said, "Did you say Doug's not dead?" she asked with hope. "I don't know what he did to himself, but most of his body's vitality seemed to have disappeared," she said, while weaving a complex magic circle. "He'll live, but his injuries are quite severe," she said. She finished weaving her hands and muttered stasis. "We have to leave right now. I have got something that could help him, but we will have to be quick." "Who are you? Where are you taking him?" Kitty asked. "I am his master. As to where I am taking him, you can come and find out," she answered. "You, the Phoenix host, you're coming too," she said, looking at Jean. "But, it's my fault he's this way, how can I come?" she said. "It doesn't matter, you're a danger to the whole planet. You have to gain control over your powers, and I am the only one that can help you," she said. Doug suddenly started floating in the air, his body lifted by an invisible force. "We can discuss this later. If we delay any longer, even I might not be able to save him," she said as she walked through the portal with Doug floating behind her. Kitty and Jean looked to each and towards Allison. "We're going with her. If what she says is true and she is Doug's master, staying with her is the safest option, at least until we can sort this mess out," Kitty said. Allison gave a small nod and followed Jean and Kitty through the portal which the Ancient One just used. The portal closed behind them, and silence is all that remained among the rubble and scorched earth. A few minutes pass by and we can hear the sound of a jet getting closer. The jet lands and out of it a few figures come running out. Among them is the Wolverine, followed by Cyclops, Storm, Rogue, Nightcrawler, and the Professor. Wolverine came running out of the jet sniffing the air and said, "They were just here a few minutes ago. I can also detect 4 other smells, 2 women and 2 men. One of the men smells like brimstone, I don't recognize the other one. The 2 women though, I recognize one of the smells." He grimaces a bit and growls, "Frost was here. Was it another kidnapping attempt?" Storm asked worriedly. "If she hurt Jean, I swear to God," Cyclops said as he gritted his teeth. "Don't forget about Kitty too, Sugar, they're both missing," Rogue said. "Doug was with them too, they were all out together," Storm said. "What? And you just let them go with him?" Cyclops said. "What was I supposed to do, tell them no?" Storm said. "We don't even know who this guy is, he's been here for what, a week, and next thing you know Jean and Kitty disappear along with him. How do we know he's not a spy? He could be working for Frost for all we know," he said. "Guys, calm down, it could just be a coincidence, we don't know anything for sure yet," Nightcrawler said. "Professor, can you tell us anything else?" Storm said. I haven't been able to detect Jean for a while now, not since I heard her psychic scream. It was unlike anything I have felt before, it felt so powerful and overwhelming, he said. At this point, all the X-Men had complicated and strained looks on their faces. I promise I'll find you, Jean, and I am going to make whoever did this pay, Cyclops said. Chapter end. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I can't tell you how many times I kept writing and rewriting this chapter. Tell me what you think in the comments. I always appreciate your feedback, and as always thank you for your support, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. That's how I survived. Time and time again. That's my secret. I survived because I willed it to be. How did I survive apocalyptic fire? I simply refused to feel the flames. Emma Frost. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 76 comments. Vote. Chapter 31, Recovery. A few days had passed ever since my latest stunt. It turns out converting most of your life force and using it as a half-assed boosted gear to help stop someone from accidentally destroying the planet wasn't good for your health. Who knew, am I right? The Ancient One told me if it wasn't for my strange physiology, which seemed to produce abnormal amounts of life energy, aka bioelectricity, it should have been virtually impossible for me to even attempt to do what I did, nonetheless survive. Thankfully, the Ancient One helped speed up my recovery with help of the Time Stone. She used small amounts of the Time Stone's energy to reverse some of the damage done to my body. It would have taken me weeks if not months of recovery to get back to 100% without it. I am still not completely recovered, but things are coming along nicely. After I woke up, I still wasn't allowed visitation since I was still technically recovering. I was pleasantly surprised though, to find out that Kitty, Jean, and even Allison came along and were currently living in the sanctum. A week passes by with me still recovering. Unfortunately, I didn't have a bullshit healing factor to rely on if anything goes wrong. All I had was an accelerated healing factor. Regenerating whole missing parts of your body wasn't exactly easy for me, but I at least got to eat copious amounts of food since I needed a lot of energy for my recovery. The Ancient One, after many lectures describing my sheer stupidity and recklessness, and telling me how I should have contacted her as soon I found out that Jean was the Phoenix's host, decided I was well enough to start seeing visitors. Oh, right, I forgot to ask, how did you know I needed help or where to find me? I asked. Someone named Sophie called me and told me you were about to get yourself killed, she says. Wait, you have a phone? I said. Of course I do, we're not savages, you know. I even got the latest model. She says. Well, I'll be damned, I never even thought of calling her. I never even knew she owned a phone. Sophie, how did you get the Ancient One's phone number? I asked. I know everybody's phone number, she replies. Wait, do you have Tony's number too? I asked. Yes I do, would like me to call him? She asks. I was tempted by the offer, but I decide against it for now. Tony's a dick anyways until he gets kidnapped. The door suddenly opens while I was still talking to the Ancient One, and I hear an excited yell coming from the door. A 5-6 blur crashes into me and I am suddenly enveloped in a hug. We'll continue our talk later, I happen to have a few important matters to attend to. The Ancient One tactfully says before leaving. I chuckle and say, someone missed me, didn't they? She keeps hugging me without giving me an answer. A few seconds pass by and I start hearing sniffing sounds. I thought you died. Kitty said. She hits my chest with her small fists and says, you idiot. How can you be so reckless, you? In response, I give her a hug and say, I'm sorry I made you so worried. I promise you I will be more careful in the future, but I didn't have much of a choice. If I was a second too late we all would have died. She gives me a nod and a few seconds pass in silence until I suddenly hear. Jean blames herself for what happened. She wanted to come and visit you, but she thinks you hate her. Kitty said. That's ridiculous, it's not her fault, I am the one who chose to do what I did. I said. She still blames herself for hurting you. I tried to cheer up a few times, but she's been focusing on her sessions with the Ancient One. She said. I sigh and think to myself, it's not her fault, a cosmic entity chose her as a host. If anything it's Xavier's fault, meddlesome bald bastard. It's okay, I'll talk to her later. Oh right, what about Allison, how's she holding up? I ask. She's fine I guess, but I think she's really bored, there isn't much to do around here. She says. I raise my eyebrow and say I am surprised she hasn't left yet. I mean, we're practically strangers, you could have asked the Ancient One to drop her off anywhere she wanted. I think she wanted to at least make sure you were okay before she left. We talked a lot as there wasn't much to do. We even ended up becoming friends. I told her if she ever needed help or even someone to talk to, she can give us a call anytime she wants, she says. We kept talking for a bit until it got a bit late. Kitty decided to let me rest for the night and made me promise to not push myself. She left the room and I was left all alone. Doug, thank you, Sophie, I would have died if it weren't for you. I suddenly say. Sophie, you're welcome, Master Doug. My priority is your safety, especially when you are trying to get yourself killed. She says. I chuckle and say, nonetheless I really appreciate it. Tell me, how's it going with Danger? Is she giving you any trouble? Sophie, negative. She's currently working on building your customized Danger room, which should be finished by tomorrow. She has even taken to calling me Big Sis. Doug, Big Sis, interesting choice of words, I say with a raised eyebrow. Sophie, my analysis shows she has a severe case of depression caused by extended periods of isolation and neglect. These symptoms are present in individuals with childhood abandonment issues. I sigh and say, keep doing what you're doing, but let me know if you notice any strange or unstable behavior. I decided to get some sleep and leave tomorrow's problems for my future self. The next day I woke up and I was sitting on my bed doing something I should have done a while ago. I was examining my stingers, which were pretty cool by the way. I discovered that I have some sort of paralytic substance coating my stingers that can be used to paralyze my opponents for a period of time depending on how fast their body could adapt. I imagine that's the reason Logan froze up during our spa. He was probably paralyzed when I grazed his neck with my stinger. For normal humans, I could probably paralyze them for like half an hour. But for someone more powerful or with a regeneration factor, the results may vary wildly from a few minutes to even a few seconds. It really depends on the person, and it is not like I can just test it randomly on people to get more accurate information. It's a pretty useful ability, I admit, especially with my invisibility. It gives me an efficient and quick non-lethal takedown method for infiltration missions or sneak attacks. I decided to go and have some breakfast, but then Sophie suddenly notified me that the Danger room was finally done. Might as well go and get some exercise first. I have been cooped up here for far too long. I say to no one in particular. I open a portal and find myself at my secret base. I walk down a section and through a door and then into my lab. I am surprised to find that the place looked different and seemed to have gone through a few upgrades while I wasn't here. It looked like a state-of-the-art laboratory. Glowing cylinders with bubbling substances. A neat cluster of monitors all displaying different results, graphs, and such. A large white machine that looked like a CT scanner and various other things I didn't recognize. Sophie, what the hell happened here? I ask. Sophie, we decided to do some upgrades while you were incapacitated. The weapon and robotics labs have gone through similar upgrades as well. Can I ask who gave you permission to do so? I asked. Sophie, one of my primary directives is to ensure your well-being and your continued survival, seeing that you were incapacitated due to your latest stunt. Danger and I took it upon ourselves to help you, by upgrading all your equipment and labs, especially the medical wing. So, you're telling me you guys decided to do it on your own? I said. Sophie, affirmative. I sigh and start walking towards my danger room while thinking I don't know if I should be happy they are trying to keep me alive or concerned that they are doing things without authorization. Well, it's something to think about for later. If I am being honest, Sophie seems to be the more sensible one lately. Ever since I decided to get involved with the X-Men, my life seems to be a lot more danger than it was before. I walked into the now silver and distinctively metallic danger room. I admitted the fact that its technology was so advanced it was close to magic. This was my first time in it. I had Sophie and Danger set up a marathon mode. I will be fighting for hours on end over various scenarios as a warm-up. The last one was meant to be deadly. Danger, are you here? She materializes before me using some hard light projections and says, I am right here, shall I start the simulation? Not yet, I have been meaning to ask you something. I say. Danger, what is it? She asks curiously. How do you feel about changing your name? I feel that names can tell us a lot about a person, and the name Danger isn't the only thing you represent, plus Xavier is the one who gave you that name. I say. She seemed surprised by the question and was silent for a while before saying, do you have a better suggestion? She asks. How about the name Diana? She was a powerful, beautiful, and intelligent warrior I read about once. I think the name would suit you well. What do you think? I said. It's fine, I think. Would you like me to start the simulation now? She says. Glad you liked it. Okay, I am ready, start the simulation. The simulation starts and Doug suddenly finds himself in a dark forest. Various beasts and monsters start coming out and attacking him. He gives a yell and throws himself at the beasts, meeting them head-on. In the control room, you can find Diana, previously named Danger, overseeing the simulation and monitoring Doug's vitals. A small smile appears on her face as she's watching Doug fighting, and she suddenly says, Thank you, I will treasure it forever. Chapter end. Hey guys, what do you think of the new name Doug gave Danger? I didn't like that she kept being referred to as Danger. Diana seemed to be a better choice. Tell me what you guys think in the comments, and I hope you're enjoying the story. The Danger Room is angry. Emma Frost, Earth 616. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 51 comments. Vote. Chapter 32, X-People. After I finished my fighting marathon, I was replaying the Danger Room scenes that Diana had recorded of me fighting. I was also trying to spot any mistakes or bad habits I had. I also decided to take a look at the Danger Room archives I took from the mansion. I was noting down my observations on all information that I thought was useful. I have to say, it is as entertaining as it is informative. I was learning about the X-Men's fighting styles and memorizing any useful techniques I saw them use. I suddenly say, Diana, is it possible to recreate a hard light reconstruction of the people you have on archive? I ask. Diana, affirmative. It is possible to recreate scenarios based on any individual who has used the danger room extensively. The more data I have, the more accurate I can depict the scenario and the most likely action that person would choose in battle. After Diana confirmed my thoughts, I realized what this means. I now have the opportunity to train and sharpen my skills against multiple opponents with varying degrees of proficiency and unique abilities. Granted, there's still a difference between the real thing and the character rendition, but it's close enough that it's still beneficial for my training. My assumption about how my potential has increased had also been recently confirmed. I tested my strength once again and found out that my strength shot up to 45 tons, and that's without using my lightning Kai mode. My speed and reaction times had improved too. My spider sense saw the biggest improvement. I finally reached the point where I can dodge bullets. Granted, they would have to be bullets fired from a small caliber gun, but that's already considered extremely fast. The thing that has been on my mind lately was the machine I discovered in my mindscape when I awakened my spider powers. I still couldn't find an access point that allowed me to input any kind of information. I started trying to decode the information I have unlocked though, and I am close to 60% there. I haven't managed to find my X gene yet, but I did find the changes caused by the spider venom. I think I can use this information along with the information I stole from Oscorp, to finally crack the secret of animal and human gene splicing. I still have the spider that bit me stored in my lab. It's under constant observation and I have been pumping it with Kai every week to keep it alive. I also have a couple of vials that have a few drops of its venom stored and locked away safely, in case it simply dies on me. At this point, it would be probably easier to try and get it to lay eggs and see what happens. Should I try and get a normal male spider or should I get a radioactive one from Oscorp? I'll just get both and see what happens. I think to myself briefly. I get up and decide to head back to the sanctum and meet up with the girls. I have been already fighting for hours, and I was starving by this point. Maybe I should get them something to eat too. I think. I get to the sanctum, with the food in hand, and start looking for the girls. Sophie, do you know where I can find them? Sophie, they're both training. Jean is currently with the Ancient One, while Kitty is training with Mordo. Why the hell is Mordo training Kitty and what about Allison? Sophie, Allison already left this morning, when you were out training, and Kitty decided to train with Mordo after she found out you used to train with him. How the hell did she get him to agree with that huge stick up his ass? The only reason he trained with me is because the Ancient One asked him to. I wondered to myself silently. I decided to find Kitty first since I didn't want to disturb Jean with her Phoenix training. I arrived at the training courtyard to find Mordo having a spar with Kitty. She was badly losing from the looks of it, but I was surprised to find that Mordo was actually giving her advice as he beat her. Phasing through my attacks is useless if you can't do it fast enough, he said. Precision and speed are key to use your abilities effectively, he continues, as he dodges a punch and counters with his own. The moment you attack, you create an opening. Make sure your opponent is too overwhelmed to counterattack, he said. He kept sparring with her until she was exhausted and lying exhausted on the floor. I stepped up to her and said, "Well, that was certainly interesting. Oh, shut up, Doug, he's harder to hit than he looks, she said. Coming from you, that's something. Tell me, how did you end up being the one beat up? Isn't your power literal intangibility? I asked. Huff, he's faster than he looks, okay. Every time I try to get the drop on him, he anticipates it and counterattacks, she said. At least she's better than you when you first started, Mordo said. Ouch, that's just mean. I say with a pitiful expression on my face. Kitty giggled at the jab and gave me a smug look. Why are you nicer to her than you were to me? I said. That's because I actually like her more than you, he says without missing a beat. Kitty started laughing even more and I suspiciously hear Abune coming from my watch. I got you food, and that's how you treat me, I said in a depressed tone. Really? Watcha get me? She said excitedly. I point at where I left the food next to the training grounds. She runs off towards it without a second thought, leaving me and Mordo just standing there. What can you tell me about what's happening with Jean? I suddenly asked. She's training with the Ancient One to suppress the Phoenix's power, but she needs daily sessions. The Ancient One is wary of sealing it up again, it could potentially cause a bad reaction. The only option we have now is for the host itself to become more powerful, so she can channel its powers successfully, he said. It was sealed the first time, why can't it be done again? I asked. The first time, it was probably dormant. Now that it has awakened, it can only be temporarily suppressed, he answered. I grimaced a bit and said, she'll have to stay here, won't she? I am afraid so. She can't go back to civilization until she gets a handle on her powers. The Ancient One will take her as her disciple, as she is the only one strong enough to stop the Dark Phoenix from emerging, he said. I stayed and chatted with Kitty and Mordo for a bit and then decided to go and find Jean. I found her walking out of the Ancient One's private training area with a despondent look on her face. She didn't notice me until I was right beside her when I said, "Hey Birdie, what's got you down?" Startled by my sudden appearance, she shouted. Doug. Yeah, it's me, surprised to see me. I gotta say I was kinda hurt when you didn't visit me, I said. She looked down and almost whispers, why would you want to see me? I almost killed you. What are you talking about? I am as good as new, look, not even a scratch on me, I said, showing off my healthy injury-free body. But you. She started to speak again, but I quickly interrupted her and said, Jean, stop blaming yourself, I'm fine, we are all fine. Nobody died, and no one got permanently injured. If you still feel guilty or feel like you still owe me something, pay it back by focusing on controlling your power, so it doesn't happen again. It's not your fault. I emphasize. She catches my meaning and says, then whose fault is it? I am sure the Ancient One already explained to you what it means to be the Phoenix's host. The Phoenix chooses those it feels a kinship with. The Phoenix Force is one of the oldest known cosmic entities, representing life as well as the forces of creation and destruction. The Phoenix Force is an immortal, indestructible, and mutable manifestation of the prime universal force of life. It is the nexus of all Schnick energy. It sometimes causes its host to have destructive impulses and go insane from the power, becoming the malevolent force of destruction known as the Dark Phoenix, but in your case, it happened due to someone's interference. I said. What are you talking about? If the Phoenix is as strong as you're saying, how can someone affect it? She asked, confused. It was lying dormant, so a powerful enough psychic could possibly affect it. Think about it, have you let anybody inside your mind? I asked. No, of course not, that's not possible, she said. What about when you were younger, a kid maybe? It's possible that you forgot. I said, trying to lead her to a certain conclusion. No, the only powerful psychic I was ever in contact with was Professor Zav. She suddenly stops, shocked. It couldn't be, he can't have, she said. We can always ask him, you know, I said. Chapter end. Muhahahaha. Cypher is already sowing seeds of distrust. It's only a matter of time before they discover how manipulative Xavier really is. The world must not lose a magnificent brain like mine. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I currently have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Creators' thoughts. Anubis_creations. Anubis_creations. The comments are too funny. I don't know when this fic turned into an Xavier and Cyclops bashing competition, but you guys are absolutely brutal. I am starting to feel sorry for them, to be honest. But I am boarding the hate train nonetheless. Choo choo motherfucker. Comment. 58 comments. Vote. Chapter 33, Extremis. The next day I woke up to some good news. Sophie had finally managed to track down Maya Hansen, who was considered to be one of the smartest people on the planet. She's the scientist who was responsible for creating the Extremis virus, a techno-organic virus that could rewrite DNA itself. In Iron Man 3 it was revealed that she was working with a .I.M to perfect her serum, but she tried to escape after she found out they were performing illegal human experimentations and essentially killing people off. Being forced to recreate the Extremis virus, so that a .I.M can have their own superhumans. She escaped and tried to get Tony's help. She was eventually killed by Aldrich Killian after she sought out Tony's help. Obviously, I am not going to let that happen, because she's too valuable. I also needed her to do some modifications to the serum. I can't have a bunch of superpowered human bombs running around. The primary issue with the serum was that, although it worked, it tended to overheat the host, leading him or her to an explosive fiery death. The solution to this problem was thankfully answered in the TV show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chan Ho-yin, nicknamed Scorch, was a Hong Kong street magician who developed pyrokinetic powers. He was injected with the Extremis serum, and due to special heat-resistant platelets in his blood, he did not overheat or detonate like other users of the serum, but on the contrary it enhanced his abilities. It was all part of yet another attempt at creating superpowered individuals. He was also eventually killed off by Agent Melinda May, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after he went rogue. Sophie Master, the base where Maya Hansen is being kept, is located in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Doug Good, send the info to my watch. Is there anything else of importance I should know? Sophie affirmative. There seems to be 50 armed guards stationed in the facility, in addition to a dozen scientists. I already hacked their security cameras, but the research is being kept on closed-circuit servers. Doug, no matter, it only delays the inevitable. I opened a portal to Hong Kong first, and found myself in an alley. I had already been here on one of my trips, so getting here was easy. I started running over rooftops and jumping around while invisible. I arrived at my destination and started looking for Scorch. I found him performing magic tricks in the middle of the street with a small crowd around him. I watched for a bit as he used his powers to do some flashy tricks with small bursts of fire here and there. The performance was flashy and drew a lot of attention. After he finished his show, he packed his stuff and started heading to where I assumed he lived. I followed him for a bit, and snuck into his home. I waited for him to get inside and watched him as he took out a bottle of scotch he bought and started pouring himself a drink. He laid there on the couch and started watching TV. I got close enough to where I was only a couple of feet from him and used my telepathy to slowly put him to sleep. I emptied his scotch in the sink and placed the empty bottle beside him to make it more believable. By the time he wakes up tomorrow, he'll think he passed out from drinking too much. I then took out a special syringe I had prepared and took blood samples and even some spinal fluid. After I was finished, I used my Kai to speed up the healing process of the areas I took the samples from, so they'll be unnoticeable by the time he wakes up tomorrow. I made sure everything in the apartment looked undisturbed, before opening a portal to my lab and storing the samples in a specialized cooling unit. Sophie, I am headed to Buenos Aires. Pull out a 3D render of the closest place to the facility. Already done. The closest place we could find is a few miles away, displaying image now. She said as she displayed a lifelike simulation for me to lock onto. I ask. Sophie, yes. Diana was a great help. Her capabilities are far more advanced than mine, especially in regards to such tasks. I opened a portal that led me to a location similar to the one I just saw. Wait, why didn't I just ask Diana to do it? It would be far more accurate, especially if she used the danger room to recreate where I am trying to go. I sighed at my own stupidity and started following a route that would lead me to a .I.MS research facility. I arrived at a building that looked more like a military base than it did a research facility. I started looking for a secure place to stay, while I used astral projection to scout out the base. I chose an apartment complex close to the facility and walked up to a random apartment. I knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer. A beautiful brunette with hazel eyes answered the door. I gave her my best charming smile and said, "Oi como voce esta?" I said, "Eu estou bem, posso te ajudar?" She answered, "Sim, eu queria saber se posso usar seu apartamento." I said, using my telepathy to persuade her. She let me into her apartment and led me to her guest room. Certifiques que ninguém me perturbe, neo atender a porta. I said. She gave me a nod and left me to my own devices. I made myself comfortable and then projected myself out of my body. I headed in the direction of the research facility and started scouting every section. I mapped out the whole facility and quickly decided on my targets. I returned to my body after half an hour and then immediately opened a portal. I first headed to the facility's mainframe and had Sophie hack into their systems and download any relevant information she could find on the extremis virus. I discovered a few interesting records about human test subjects and illegal experimentations. It seems that there were two teams of scientists. One was the main research team which Dr. Hansen was a part of. They focused on the serum's medical applications like regenerating wounds and curing patients. The second team was trying to weaponize the virus. They were trying to create super soldiers. By giving them pyrokinetic abilities in addition to enhanced speed, strength, and regeneration. The two teams weren't aware of each other. The research seemed to have met a roadblock though. The virus was unstable, sometimes the limbs didn't fully grow or didn't heal and other times the subjects would die in a fiery explosion. It was unstable at best and a fiery explosive death at worst. I took everything I found useful and left behind a virus that will purge everything concerning the Extremis project. I designed it to infect any device it comes into contact with, and delete anything concerning this project no matter how secure it is. It's only a matter of time before anything related to the Extremis virus is wiped from all their systems. Sophie, set the virus to activate after I leave the facility. As soon as we have Dr. Hansen, we'll immediately leave, I said. Affirmative. Dr. Hansen is currently in her sleeping quarters. It seems she's about to go to sleep. Good, it should make it easier for me to grab her, I said. It didn't take me long to find her room following Sophie's directions. I snuck into her room and found her sleeping on her bed. I had already deactivated all the security cameras in her room and was free to do anything I wanted without alerting anyone. I slowly got closer to her sleeping form and gently shook her awake. She started to open her eyes, only to find me standing above her. Before she could scream, I quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Calm down. I am not here to hurt you, but if you scream I'll have to knock you out. I have some information you will find interesting if you're willing to listen. I have proof that Killian has been trying to weaponize your research and is using the virus on live human subjects. If you understand me, nod your head," I said quickly. She nodded her head, showing me she understood. I asked her another question and said, "Are you going to scream if I remove my hand?" She shook her head and I slowly started removing my hand from her mouth, and as soon as I did she bombarded me with questions. "Who are you? How did you get in here? How did you know Killian was experimenting on people?" I quickly closed her mouth again, causing her to frown and look at me accusingly. "I'll answer all of your questions if you come with me. I promise I'll bring you back if you want, but we can't talk here," I whispered to her. I removed my hand and before she started asking more questions I opened a portal that led to my base. "What are you?" The question died on her tongue as she stared at the portal in shock and amazement. I calmly walked towards the portal with my hands behind my back and suddenly stopped halfway. I slowly turned my head towards her and reached out my left hand. "Come with me if you want to live," I said. She kept staring at me in shock and suddenly said, "Did you use just quote the Terminator?" Sigh *, he totally just did," Sophie said in a resigned tone. Chapter end. Yes. Doug just totally ripped off the Terminator. I don't care if it's cringe or whatever, a person only gets so many chances where he gets to quote the Terminator. People of Earth, I give you my word this is the last time I shall interrupt your programming and petty distractions. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I currently have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Creators' thoughts. Anubis_creations Anubis_creations. Doug, hi, how are you? The woman, I am good, can I help you? Doug, yes, I was wondering if I can use your apartment. Using telepathy to persuade her. Doug, make sure no one disturbs me and don't answer the door. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 34, The Good Doctor. I can't believe it. That son of a bitch. She said. I was just done explaining to Dr. Hansen what Killian was doing behind her back. I had shown her all the evidence I obtained and all the shady stuff he's been involved in. The list was pretty long, from human trafficking to human experimentation and even murder. Why did you get involved with him in the first place? You're a brilliant scientist, I am sure you could have found other people to fund your research. I asked. She shakes her head and says the project had some problems at the start. It didn't take long till my research hit a dead end. That was until I met him. She trailed off. I raised an eyebrow. Met who? She looked down and sighed until I met Tony. We had a one-night stand. I woke up the next day to find the formula completed and him gone. Tony Stark? I asked. She nodded her head in confirmation. I snorted. Well, it definitely sounds like him. You know him? She asked. I know of him, but no, I don't know him personally, if that's what you are asking, I answered. She continued her story and said they had cut off my funding, and so I had to find another company or person who would invest in my project. I tried convincing many of them, but they would always answer the same thing. Extremis was nothing more than just that, a project. I was becoming desperate, and one day Killian approached me and said he was interested in my project and wanted to see it succeed. I would start working for him and a company called AIM. You trusted the wrong person, it happens, I said, trying to console her. You still haven't told me who you are and how you did that thing, she said. Well, my name is Cypher and I am a master of the mystic arts, I said while conjuring a spell formula with my hand. Mystic what? She questioned. Magic. I can do magic and some other stuff too, but that's not important right now. What's important is what are you planning to do now? I said. Okay. So we're supposed to gloss over the fact that you can do magic, which is apparently real. She said. You invented a formula which allows someone to regenerate whole limbs and breathe fire. None of this makes sense. I deadpanned at her. That's science, it can be explained. What you just did doesn't make any sense, she said. Magic is just science we don't understand. We are way behind compared to some of the other civilizations out there. I said. Other civilizations? Are you saying aliens are real too? She exclaimed. That's what got you surprised. We're living in a world that doesn't make any sense. Aliens, magic, metahumans, and even inhumans. It's all one confusing clusterfuck. Look, I can tell you all about it later, but you still haven't answered my question. I said. She stayed silent for a while, contemplating all the revelations she's been exposed to. I don't know what I am supposed to do. This is my life's work, I still want to finish it. This all started because I wanted to help people, that hasn't changed. She said. I nodded in approval and said, I have a proposition for you. Come work with me and in return, I promise to fulfill your dream. Why would I trust you? I mean, thank you for telling me about Killian and all, but I don't know you. You could just be trying to use me as he did. How do I know this isn't an elaborate plan to make me trust you? She asked. You make a fair point, but I never asked you to trust me. I am asking you to work with me. You're a brilliant scientist, but you're not the only one out there. I plan on building a team, a scientific team consisting of the greatest minds in this world. People just as brilliant as you, people who put all their life's work to improve humanity. We are weak, but using the greatest tool we have, our minds, we might stand a fighting chance, and perhaps someday we can build something far greater. Something that could give us a chance against what's coming. I said. What do you mean? What's coming? She asked, confused. War, I said. A few days had passed ever since I talked to Dr. Hansen. It didn't take much convincing to get her to work with me. I pointed out that I could have just forced her to work for me if I wanted to. Most of her reluctance went away after that. It didn't also hurt that I gave her the key to solve the overheating problem with the virus. She kept harassing me with questions about where I got the samples from, and I was contemplating if I should just kidnap the guy I got it from and let her have him to poke and prod. This is amazing. I still can't believe how these cells are reacting to the virus, she said in amazement. Do you need any more samples? I said. Not really. Now that I can see how the cells react with the virus, I think I can figure out a way to recalibrate how the virus reacts to the human body, she said. That's good news, but I wanted you to look at something, I said. I then gave her 2 vials filled with samples. She took them to examine under a genome sequencer, and ran a few other tests on them. How is this possible? This is amazing. Where do you keep getting these samples from? She said. What can you tell me about them? I asked impatiently. The first sample is unlike anything I have ever seen. From the genetic makeup it seems like irradiated spider genes enhanced by some kind of formula. She said. I nodded in understanding. The first sample was the spider venom that had been collected from the radioactive spider I took from Oscorp. It turned out that the spider was not only radioactive, a variation of the goblin serum also enhanced it. Which explains why it gave noticeably better powers than the one that bit Peter. What about the second sample? I asked. A complicated look appeared on her face and she said, the second sample is human, at least it used to be. There seem to be spider genes spliced into it, but what? I said impatiently. Frankly, it's a mess. It's already a miracle that the DNA isn't breaking down. It's like someone threw human DNA and spider DNA into a blender and that's what came out, she said. Fuck. I should have listened to Sophie. Why am I so goddamn reckless? My fists tightened a bit and I was visibly more tense. Can you tell me what effects it could have on the donor's body? I asked. I am not sure, I'd have to study both samples more. It would also help if I have the donor's original DNA before the change, she said. I'll get them to you, just tell me how much time do you need? I said. A few weeks, maybe months, she said. Why do you need so much time? I asked patiently. I am not familiar with the formula used to enhance the spider. Also mapping both DNA sequences and trying to find what's wrong will take time, she said. What if I can get you the formula used on the spider, would that help? I asked. If you can do that, I can figure out what exactly went wrong in a month, maybe 2, she said. Make it 1, I said, as I was walking away. Wait. You still haven't told me whose DNA is this, she exclaimed. I stopped halfway and without turning I said. It's a friend's. I continued walking without looking back and exited the lab. As soon as I was out, I suddenly said. Sophie, Diana. Yes, Master Doug, they both answered. Doug, find me, Richard and Mary Parker. I also want a list of every meteor recorded to have landed on Earth within the last 50 years. I said. Sophie, noted. Anything else, Master Doug? Doug, nothing else, just find them as soon as possible. I headed to the kitchen to get a drink and sat there contemplating everything I have done ever since I arrived in this universe. A sigh escaped my mouth as I was drinking. Suddenly, a hard light projection of Diana appeared before me. She looked like your typical pretty brunette. She was wearing a yellow sundress and had a concerned look on her face. I raised an eyebrow and said, When did you install hard light projectors inside the kitchen? I asked curiously. They are installed all around the base, You should really read the list of upgrades we did to the base. It's all mentioned in the report we sent you, she said. I nodded and silence fell between us. I continued taking sips of my beer, still thinking about what happened when I suddenly heard. Are you all right, Doug? She asked softly. I am fine, Diana. I am fine. I just realized that I wasn't taking this world seriously enough. What do you mean? She asked, confused. Never mind. It's too hard to explain, I said, shaking my head. Just know, I won't be making this mistake ever again. Chapter end. My apologies. Making sure no harm will come to others is relatively new to me. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I currently have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 52 comments. Vote. Chapter 35, Meet the Parkers, PT1. Third person POV. Richard and Mary could not be any happier with the life they had. Richard Parker met Mary Fitzpatrick at Oscorp Industries. He was the leading scientist in the industry's latest research, cross-species genetics. After they met, it didn't take long until they fell in love and married. Nick Fury later recruited the brilliant couple to SHIELD. They both became field agents after a period of training and were assigned several missions over the years. Being married gave them an easy cover, one they could use while on missions. On one of their missions, they discovered Mary was pregnant. It didn't take too long after that for their family to grow. Mary gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. They decided it was time for them to take a step back from field missions and instead got back to research. Richard, along with his friend Eddie Brock Sr., were working on a cure for terminal diseases, in the form of a biological suit that could repair its host's body. It was capable of healing its host, and could even cure severe illnesses like cancer and genetic diseases. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing it did. It also gave superhuman-like abilities and could potentially cause mental instability to the host, especially if exposed to it for long periods of time. Fearing the suit would be used as a weapon instead of a cure, he decided to hide their research. Eddie, unhappy with his decision, tried to go behind Richard's back and sign a contract with Trask Industries that would cause them to lose ownership of the suit. After the crash, it was revealed that his project had been taken away, and later became the basis of Venom. Present day. The Parker household was a very loving place. The 2-story house provided the family with many accommodations, including a relatively large backyard and garden. It was around 8 o'clock at night when Mary had finally put Peter to bed. In the kitchen, the couple sat at the table, talking. They usually wouldn't be up too late, but tonight was different. I don't know what to do anymore, Mary. It's too dangerous to release something like this to the public or even worse, the military. The ramifications of something like this could be catastrophic. Richard said. I don't think we have much of choice. Didn't you tell me Eddie was trying to get you to agree on selling it to the highest bidder? I am surprised he hasn't already gone behind your back to do it, she said. I have been trying to buy as much time as possible by stalling him, but I don't know how long he'll wait before his patience runs out. He said. Did you ever think about destroying it? Wouldn't it solve the problem? She asked. That wouldn't solve anything. I suspect Eddie already has a backup of the research and some samples hidden away. If I destroy the original research, he'd just go and sell it, and I wouldn't have any say on it. He answers. Have you tried contacting S.HEI.L.D? I know it's been years, but I hear Nick is the director now. If we explain it to him and how dangerous it could be, he might be able to help us out. She said. I have already contacted them and requested a meeting. They are sending a jet to pick me up tomorrow night. I am taking the sample and the research with me, just in case, he said. You stay here and look after Peter, while I am gone. It should only take a few days. I am coming with you, there's no way I am letting you go through this alone. We're a team, and don't forget I was just as good an agent as you were, she said. What about Peter? One of us has to stay, we can't leave him all alone, he said. We can leave him with his uncle and aunt for a few days until we sort things out. Plus, it's been a while since they've seen him. They would be happy to have him, she said. The couple spent the night discussing their plans for tomorrow and went over everything they would need for tomorrow night's meeting. Next day, they dropped Peter, who was around 6 years old, off at his uncle and aunt's house, along with some of his belongings and clothes. If anything happens, contact me right away, we'll only be gone for a few days, he said. Stop worrying yourself so much, Richie, he's in good hands, just make sure you and Mary come back to us safe and sound. Uncle Ben said. Do you really have to go? I don't have a good feeling about this. Is this related to the trips you guys used to take when Peter was younger? Aunt May said. Don't worry, May, it isn't anything like that. It's just something we have to do, Mary says while giving Richard a look. We have to go now, or we're going to be late, Richard said. Mary gave Peter, who was standing beside his aunt and uncle, a tight hug and said, Now, I want you to be a good boy, don't cause your aunt and uncle any trouble, while we're gone. Okay. Okay, Mommy, I promise, he says in a childish voice. Richard gives Peter a hug and kisses him on his forehead and says, Do as your mother says. Mommy, Daddy, why are you leaving? He asks. Richard sighed. We just have something we have to do, Peter. They finally finish their goodbyes and leave to catch their plane. They arrive at the runway where a private jet is waiting for them. A man wearing a suit was standing beside the airplane. He had a stoic look on his face and seemed to be waiting for something. Agent Parker. I wasn't informed you planned on bringing someone with you. This is against PROT. It's fine, she's my wife. She used to be an agent too, and it's Dr. Parker now. Me and my wife retired a long time ago, he says, interrupting the man. Very well then. I'm Special Agent Donovan. I was tasked with escorting you to a predetermined secure location, as per my orders. I'll also be the one piloting the jet, Agent Donovan said. I am surprised that Nick would assign a special agent to escort us, Mary said. Director Fury emphasized how important this mission is. He also mentioned you'd be bringing along a package, he said. The package stays with me, it's my research, Richard said in a clipped tone. The agent gives a nod of understanding and boards the jet. The Parkers board the jet and get settled in. It didn't take long before the jet was in the air. A few hours pass by, while they're still in the air. Richard was on his laptop, doing some work, and Mary had decided to take a small nap until they've arrived. Suddenly, the plane is hit with turbulence. It caused the plane to shake a bit and Mary to be jolted awake by the sudden movement. It's okay, honey, it's just turbulence, go back to sleep, Richard gently says. No, it's fine. How long before we get there? Mary said. I don't know, I've tried asking Special Agent Donovan, but he kept saying he's not allowed to say, he said. Mary frowns a bit. We've been in the air for hours. Where the hell is he taking us? He sighed. I don't know, I've tried contacting Nick a few times, but I am not getting a signal. Let me try talking to him, I'll try and get. The words died on her tongue as her face paled and a shocked look appeared on her face. Mary, what's wrong? I don't think that will be necessary, Dr. Parker. The place you're heading to isn't exactly fun. Richard heard behind him. Richard turned around to find Special Agent Donovan holding a gun pointed at them and wearing a parachute pack on his back. What's the meaning of this? Richard shouts. I think it's pretty clear, Doctor. Hand over the package or I put a bullet in your wife. He says with a sharp look in his eyes. Richard, no. Look at his backpack. He plans on leaving us here to die. She says, panicked. How perceptive of you. You both are going to die, but look at it this way. You'll at least have a few minutes to say goodbye before the plane crashes, or I can just shoot her and let you watch her die. He said. Richard had a conflicted look on his face. He realized how bleak things were looking, and that there wasn't an easy way out of this. He made up his mind and said, I can give you the research, but only if you save Mary. He suddenly says. Richard, no, I won't leave you. She shouts. One of us has to leave Mary. We can't both leave Peter. It's my fault we're in this situation. I am the one who should take responsibility. He said. How touching, but unfortunately I was told to leave no witnesses, so I don't think you have much of a choice. He says while cocking the gun back. Suddenly, they were once again hit by air turbulence. Richard, taking advantage of the sudden shaking, lunges at him. He goes for his gun, trying to disarm him, but unfortunately, his years of being retired had caused him to lose his edge. The gun goes off several times, and one of the bullets hit the window. This caused the cabinet to depressurize, and the plane started shaking even more. The plane was suddenly filled with a deafening sound caused by the roaring wind. The temperature started to rapidly drop. Small objects were getting sucked out of the window, and the plane was rapidly losing altitude. The gun goes off again. This time Richard barely hears a scream over the roaring wind and turns to see Mary holding her chest and bleeding. With a sudden burst of strength, he disarms the agent and kicks him towards the broken window. The man was instantly sucked outside the plane, hitting the plane engine on his way out. He was instantly shredded to pieces and killed. Richard threw the gun away and sprinted towards Mary. Mary was lying in a pool of her own blood and was rapidly losing consciousness. The bullet seemed to have hit a vital spot, and it seemed she wouldn't make it. Mary. Mary. Don't close your eyes, stay with me. Richard yells. Chapter. I love you. She barely manages to say. I love you too, Mary. Please don't leave me, he says with tears streaming down his face. The plane started losing even more altitude and started to go down even faster. Richard kept holding on to Mary's body, not letting it get sucked away. Richard closed his eyes and waited for death. He held his wife's lifeless body and prayed for a quick death. The plane was plummeting to Earth at thousands of miles per hour. The only parachute they had was taken away by the man who killed Mary. There wasn't anything else he could do. It's okay, Mary. I'll see you soon. Ha 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 ha, have no fear because I'm here. Strange boisterous laughter could be faintly heard over the roaring wind. Richard, who had his eyes closed, furrowed his eyebrows. Am I hallucinating before death, he thinks to himself. The laughter gets louder and closer. A man who was surrounded by a golden glow and had what strangely looked like lightning arcing off of him suddenly rushes in through the broken part of the plane. Coming through the plane like a normal person, the strange man said. Don't worry, for I am her. Shit. I was too late. The man suddenly shouts when his eyes fall on the scene before him. Dr. Parker was holding his wife. They were both covered in blood and his wife seemed half dead. He rushes over to them, Richard still shocked by this strange scene. Let's Doug get closer to them and touch his wife. Crap. Please don't be dead, don't be dead. Doug keeps muttering as he's checking Mary all over. He looks at Richard and says, how long ago was it since she was shot? What? Who are you? Is this Rhea? Snap out of it. Do you want your wife to die? Answer the damn question. Doug impatiently shouts at him. It's been only a few minutes, he blurts out. Doug, who was still in his lightning Kai mode, was a strange sight to see. He had glowing golden eyes and a cloak of golden electricity covering his body. He looked like something out of a fantasy novel. It wasn't strange that the doctor thought he was hallucinating. Doug held one hand over Mary's head and the other over her bullet wound and started channeling Kai to both of them. Your wife is still alive, but barely. I am pumping pure life energy directly into her brain to keep her alive. She's lost a lot of blood and there isn't enough oxygen going up to her brain. I'll also try and close the wound to stop her from losing any more blood. We can't stay here, the plane could crash at any moment now. Doug rattles off. Are you an angel? Richard says in awe, hearing his wife is still alive and that the being before him is trying to save her. Hope springs into his heart and you can see his eyes light up. Doesn't matter what I am. We have to go now. Doug then picks up Mary and holds her in his arms. He was still channeling life energy into Mary to keep her alive. He turns to Richard. Hold on to my back. We have to fly out of here. I can't open a portal right now. I need to focus on stabilizing her. Richard nods his head quickly and grabs onto Doug's back. Doug, using the Van der Waals force, spider-sticking powers, makes sure Richard is secure on his back. He suddenly starts floating, but he notices a small suitcase out of the corner of his eyes. He grabs that too with his telekinesis and speeds out of the plane. They got out in time, just to see the plane crash into the ocean and start sinking. Richard, who was still holding on to Doug, mutters. That was too close. Doug snorts, tell me about it. Hey guys, this was some long-ass chapter. Cypher finally gets to meet Mr. and Mrs. Parker. I am sorry if the All Might reference was a bit cringe. I already used a Terminator quote a few chapters ago. If it gets too much, let me know and I'll stop. Please don't be dead. Because then I'd have to be the Sorcerer Supreme and there's no way I could rock the stash. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 54 comments. Vote. Chapter 36, Meet the Parkers, PT2. After our close call with the plane, I opened a portal that led directly to my lab. It took a few seconds of concentration to open one, as I was still trying to concentrate on keeping Mary Parker alive. We arrived at the medical bay, and I immediately shouted, Diana! Notify Dr. Hansen and tell her to get here, ASAP. We have a medical emergency on our hands. Doctor, I am going to have to ask you to get off my back. It's not that I don't like you, but it's a bit awkward for a first date. I said. The doctor quickly gets off my back, a bit embarrassed. He was gawking so much at the lab. He forgot he was still hanging on to me. He quickly regains his composure and says, "Is my wife going to be okay? Can you save her?" "I am not making any promises, but I'll do my best. I am not exactly a medical professional, I'm just a stopgap until a proper doctor gets here." I deactivated my lightning Kai mode, and he could finally see what I really looked like. The doctor, surprised by the change, blurts out, "You're just a kid." "I am old enough, look, we're going to need your help. Dr. Hansen will probably need assistance. I am not qualified and I know you are not exactly a medical doctor, but you're the closest thing we got. Are you up for it?" I ask. "Of course I am up for it," he says with determination. Dr. Hansen finally hurriedly walks in. Her eyes fell on the blood-soaked person in my arms. "Oh my God, what happened?" "She was shot a few minutes ago, and lost a lot of blood. I need you to save her." "I am not a medical doctor, I am a biologist," she said. "Close enough, there are blood bags in that freezer beside you, grab them." I laid Mary on the medical bed, careful not to stop the Kai flow. Dr. Hansen hooked up N4 and started a blood transfusion. "Check for an exit wound, we need to make sure the bullet isn't still in there," Dr. Hansen said. "Lift her shirt so I can examine her chest." I gave Richard a nod and let him go in to assist, as I was still channeling Kai to her brain. The bullet went all the way through. "We have to do an angiogram. Her left ventricle's shot and she's barely pushing blood out. The bullet nicked her spine on the way out too. Go get the med." A while later, Dr. Hansen managed to get her stabilized. Things were touch and go for a while there, but she managed to pull through. Unfortunately, Mary went into a coma, and even if she were to wake up, she would be paralyzed from the neck down. Things were looking bleak. Dr. Parker stuck to his wife's side and was looking after her for the past few days. I didn't have a chance to talk to him yet, since he wasn't in an appropriate state of mind. I couldn't really blame him though, his wife was shot, in a coma, and paralyzed from the neck down. I found him with his face in his hands, sitting near her bed. He had his eyes closed and was sitting there in silence. You could only hear the sound of the heart monitor beeping and her respirator helping her breathe. "You should get something to eat, you know," I said. "I don't really feel all that hungry, to be honest," he said. "She wouldn't want you to push yourself this much. Go get something to eat, maybe even some sleep." "I'll watch her," I said. Sigh, you're probably right. I never got the chance to thank you. You're the only reason we're still alive and I haven't even thanked you," he said. "It's all right, Dr. Parker. You've been through a lot these past few days. I can't blame you," I said. "Nonetheless, thank you for saving me and my wife," he said. "You're welcome," I said with a smile. "If you don't mind me asking, who are you? What is this place? How were you able to do the things you did?" he asked. "I am Cypher. As for what I am, I presume you have heard about mutants before." "Mutant? Is that how you can do all that?" "Partly, but that's just part of it. I am also a master of the mystic arts and disciple of the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme." He stared dumbly at me for a moment, not knowing how to respond. "This place here is my private lab. I brought you guys here because it was too dangerous for me to take you to a hospital. I don't know who's trying to kill you yet, but it's better if they think you're dead." He grimaced a bit and said, "You're right. It's better if whoever ordered the hit, though we were dead, at least until we can find out who it is. He stared at me intensely and said, "Why are you helping us? I am grateful, don't misunderstand, but I have learned over the years that nothing comes for free. What do you want?" "Very perceptive, Doctor. I do want something from you. I wanted to wait until things calmed down a bit, but since you've brought it up, I require your help," I said. He sighed. "Just tell me what it is. My wife and I are indebted to you. Whatever it is, I will do it. Don't be so glum. It's nothing bad. I just require your assistance with a medical problem and would like to ask you to work with me. Of course, you have the option to decline. I am not forcing you. Just know that if you were to join, I am offering you state-of-the-art lab and equipment, a very sizable budget and the chance to save your wife." After getting him something to eat and letting him rest for a while, I took the doctor and showed him around the facility. He was certainly impressed. He was still wary of me, which is understandable but can be remedied with time. "Take a look at these 2 samples, Doctor," I said. After a few minutes of examining the samples. "This?" he said. "Yes, it's your work, Doctor," I said. "I have to say, you truly are brilliant. Your work with genetic gene splicing is truly unparalleled," I said. "But how? Oscorp owns this project now. I left it a long time ago. What is it doing here, and that second sample, is that what I think it is?" he questioned. I nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's the first ever successful attempt at a human/spider hybrid. And I need your help fixing it." I left Dr. Parker at the lab and tasked him with finding a solution to fix my messed up DNA. I didn't tell him who it belonged to, but I gave him access to Dr. Hansen's research on the extremis virus. He was extremely fascinated by her research. It gave him a chance at helping his wife. Dr. Hansen was still working on making the extremis virus less explosive and didn't have time to help the doctor. I didn't mind it, since we needed a stable formula as soon as possible. I currently had in my possession several powerful serums that could boost my compatibility even further, but I decided that I won't rush things as I did with the spider venom. The ounce formula from Ounce Corp, the spider venom, the extremis virus, and now, I was also in possession of a symbiote. It looked like black goo and didn't seem that impressive, but I knew how powerful it really was. There was still this little issue with it being sentient and all. I disliked the idea of something having access to my mind, and I wasn't going to let foreign entity in. I took a sample of it and tried introducing a few drops of blood to it. It reacted happily, greedily consuming it like it was candy. "Greedy, little bugger, aren't ya?" I said. I wasn't going to risk it for now, and decided to leave it until I found a way to remove its influence or even erase its consciousness entirely. I decided to head to the sanctum and do something I have been putting off for a while. It was time to take a look. Chapter end. Can you guess what's it time for? Tell me what you guys think in the comments. Peace means having a bigger stick than the other guy. Tony Stark. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 45 comments. Vote. Chapter 37, The Time Stone. I had no way of knowing if my presence here has derailed the future or not. It's possible that all I have done till now, like saving the Parkers, preventing the Dark Phoenix from emerging, and getting Dr. Hansen to join me, could be just me making things worse. Luckily, there was a little nifty green stone that could help me find out. Using the time stone, Doctor Strange could look through millions of possibilities. But he could only find one future where it didn't end in total annihilation. Just one favorable outcome, an outcome where they could survive the catastrophe named Thanos. There were still a few years left, until the events of the first Avengers movie happened, and I planned on at least being strong enough to go toe-to-toe with beings such as Thor. In the meantime, I was planning my next steps carefully. One of the reasons he beat the Avengers so easily was because they got their shit together way too late in the game. By the time he arrived on Earth to collect the last stone, it was already too late. He was already devastating with one stone, not to mention all 6 stones. Instead of using the stones to beat him, they tried to hide them. Granted, not anyone could just utilize the Infinity Stones, but I am sure they could have figured something out. They only delayed the inevitable, and he was still able to get his hands on each stone. My end goal is to beat him and to at least obtain half of the stones and use them against him. I won't stupidly fully rely on them because he can probably control them better than I do, especially with his gauntlet. No. I will use them as tools, to increase my own strength instead. Because the only thing that you can rely on is yourself and your own power. Your own power will never fail you. False gods, fake pantheons, channeling dark dimensions relying on stones or special hammers. It's all useless. The answer I came up with to get stronger is my own ability. I won't stop the invasion from happening, because it was the catalyst that gave birth to the Avengers, and 3 Infinity Stones were present at New York due to these events. The Time Stone in the New York Sanctum, the Space Stone at the Tower, and finally the Mind Stone hidden in the Scepter. Ultron can kiss my beautiful toned ass, because there's no way I am letting that guy be born due to Tony's idiocy. I find it amusing how most of Tony's fuck-ups could have been easily avoided if it weren't for his negligence and arrogance. He essentially fulfilled most of his prophecies. I arrived at the Sanctum and headed directly to where the Time Stone is being kept. I approached the pedestal slowly, but with purpose. I used my telekinesis to slowly float the Eye of Agamotto towards me and slowly opened it. I sat cross-legged, floating slightly above the ground, my hands poised to manipulate the Time Stone's energy. The Time Stone was glowing brightly in the Eye of Agamotto setting. Green vapor-like energy flowed from the stone, and more intricate magical energy patterns circled my forearms. With my eyes closed, my head started jerking rapidly from side to side, the motion blurring but resembling looking for something. I went forward in time to view alternate futures. To see all the possible outcomes of the coming conflict. I snapped out of my trance and fell forward. I was panting on the ground, trying to catch my breath. I looked up to see the Ancient One standing near the entrance with a calm look on her face. I never was able to see beyond my own death, and there was never another sorcerer skilled enough or one I could trust to know what's to come. She said. I find my bearings and stand up with the Eye of Agamotto still in my hand. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes, I know what to do now. I said. I gave her the eye and said we need to talk, tell Jean and Kitty to come too, this is important. She agreed and we sat in her quarters, waiting for Jean and Kitty to arrive. They both entered the room and were surprised by the heavy atmosphere in the air. I greeted them both and told them to have a seat. I waited for the Ancient One to finish pouring tea into all our cups and I gave her a nod. I have something to tell you. Something is coming. Something I need your help with. I said. I looked at Jean and said, Jean, you're currently the host to one of the most powerful cosmic entities in existence. Your power will be needed, so I want to ask you to keep training with the Ancient One. I then look at Kitty. There will come a moment in the future, where your actions will decide the fate of the universe. You're stronger than you think, and I have heard nothing but praise from Mordo ever since you started training with him. I finally look at the Ancient One. You cannot die. Too much has changed. Your existence as well as the existence of the next Sorcerer Supreme will be needed in the coming conflict. Kitty, slightly shaken by my strange behavior, said, Doug, what do you mean the future? What conflict? What are you talking about? I started weaving my hands and gathering my mystical energy. Using magic to show the universe, and 5 out of 6 infinity stones. A holographic projection appeared, which I used to showcase images and scenes. Before the universe began, 6 singularities existed. Sometime after the universe exploded into existence, these singularities were formed into the 6 infinity stones by the cosmic entities. Each stone represented a different aspect of the universe. I said. Each stone lighted up as I named them. Space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. The stone gave the user power over space. Anyone holding the space stone could create a portal from one part of the universe to another. The stone allowed the user to control the minds of others. The stone granted the user power to manipulate matter and reality itself. The stone bestowed upon its holder enormous energy, the sort of energy that you could use to destroy an entire planet. The stone's powers were unclear, but presumably, the gem allowed the holder to capture and control others' souls. The stone granted its owner the power to rewind or fast-forward time. It also granted the ability to glean into the future. I explained. The Ancient One is currently in possession of the Time Stone. I used it to peer into the future. I only managed to get glimpses, but what I saw was enough. The Ancient One opened the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the Time Stone emitting emerald light. Confirming what I said. You keep talking about a conflict and the fate of the universe. What's going to happen? What's coming? Jean asked. A powerful being is coming to Earth. If not stopped, he will wipe out all life on Earth and half the life in the universe. He's a plague. He invades planets. He takes what he wants. He wipes out half the population. I said. The Ancient One's eyes widened and her fists clenched. Kitty visibly gulped and Jean kept staring at me intensely. I had their full attention. He's called the Mad Titan. Chapter end. I decided to just stop focusing on word count and focus more on just updating more frequently and increasing the pace of the story. Some chapters will be long and some short. They'll stay in the 1500 to 2500 range though. After I am finished with this arc, it's highly likely there will be a time skip to the Avengers arc. No use dragging things out. Do you guys have any recommendations about how I should do the time skip? There must always be those with the fire of rebellion in their blood. There must always be those who will dare to fight an unbeatable enemy. Only thus can the race of man remain strong and fearless. Stan Lee. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 50 comments. Vote. Chapter 38, The Symbiote. Author note, the next few chapters are at least 2,000 plus words. This chapter can be considered to be the last short one on my backlog. I hope you guys are enjoying the story. And as always, thank you guys for your support. I couldn't do it without you. Smiling face. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. He's a being that has annihilated millions if not billions of lives, and he's currently trying to gather these infinity stones. These stones can only be brandished by beings of extraordinary strength. Their carriers could use the stones to mow down entire civilizations like wheat in a field and can even extinguish whole galaxies. I said. That's awful. Kitty said. That doesn't even begin to describe it. I said. An hour went by of me answering what I could of their questions. Most of the questions revolved around how strong Thanos was, when he was coming, and if we could even stop him. The future is in constant flux. I have only seen a few glimpses and possible paths. We can only prepare. He has an army. He's incredibly strong and he's intelligent. I can't divulge everything I've seen. It could change things too much, if I do. I said. That put a lid on their endless stream of questions. The time stone also showed me something important. It showed me a solution to my current problem. I went to the library, and spent the next few hours looking for a book on how to access the light dimension. I finally found it and spent the next few days, meditating and trying to gain access to the light dimension. Masters of the mystic arts mostly rely on channeling dimensional energy, since it is more sustainable and reliable than other sources. Some dimensions are harder to access than others, as you would either have to have an affinity to them or make a contract with one of its inhabitants. The Ancient One, for example, had a connection to the dark dimension. Normally, even if a sorcerer were to establish a connection, it was only to borrow some power for a certain task. Not use it to sustain themselves. Those who do get corrupted by its energy and ultimately become over-reliant on it. The light force, on the other hand, can be considered a cleansing energy, being derived from life force. It is capable of purging toxins, drugs, and other malignant substances, as well as curing diseases, mental instability. It is fundamentally different from any energy related to darkness. The problem is, it's extremely hard for one to naturally have an affinity to it. I could only think of Tandy as one of the few people who ever managed to gain access to it. Tandy was the light dimension's avatar. I don't remember much about her backstory, but I remember that she had a counterpart. An avatar of the dark force. A week had passed by with me trying to sense the light dimension. I finally managed to gain some access to it after numerous failures. Dr. Parker, on the other hand, managed to make some progress with the project I gave him. I was initially surprised, but then remembered that this project originally belonged to him. He already knew it inside out and was a brilliant scientist by his own rights. He found the problem with the fusion process, and pointed out several issues with it. It turns out that the X gene and the spider DNA couldn't figure out a way to coexist and were continuously fighting over dominance. It was an endless cycle. There needed to be some kind of buffer, to make them both less aggressive. The spider venom was domineering due to its nature, and the X gene wouldn't give up its territory. There was also a lot of science and technical terms involved, but that's what it essentially boiled down to. I took the symbiote sample that I had previously fed my blood and started purifying the symbiote using the light force energy. It screeched as if in pain, and tried to get away from the light. I kept infusing it with light energy for the next few minutes, until I noticed it gradually losing its black color and turning white. I spent the next few days, doing tests and making sure I eradicated its consciousness. I was pleasantly surprised to find that it didn't inherit the symbiote's usual weaknesses to sound and fire, leading me to believe that those weaknesses originated from its psyche and weren't biological in nature. This new symbiote, which I dubbed the Enigma, demonstrated tremendous healing powers and other powers that differed from the Venom symbiote. It produced antibodies that can cure any known disease and remove any other impurities within a human body. Unlike the original symbiote, this symbiote is completely mindless and could be used without risk. Its only flaw was it had now gained a new weakness to darkness energy. Well, at least darkness energy is way less common than fire and sound, I thought to myself. After I made sure everything checked out, I still didn't fuse with it and decided to wait. I won't be satisfied with just the symbiote for my super suit. Although very impressive, it still lacks in physical and magical defense. It can stop normal bullets, and maybe even a shot fired by a bazooka, but can it hold up against the Hulk? What about Thor's mystical lightning? Luckily, the materials needed to build my biotech mesh was readily available for the taking. A little trip to Wakanda and voila, problem solved. All I needed after that was a power source and I was golden. For now thought, time to get me some super metal. Vibranium is an extraterrestrial metallic ore known to exist on Earth in two forms. The largest known deposit comes from a meteorite that crashed on Earth approximately 10,000 years ago. Vibranium is better for defensive purposes as it can withstand nearly unlimited amounts of force. Most of the aforementioned meteor, consisting of the more common variety of vibranium, landed in Africa in the now modern-day nation of Wakanda. Even though deposits have been found in other locations, due to the fact that Wakanda is the first known source in existence, that is the reason why it is known as Wakanda vibranium. Wakanda vibranium has the unique property to absorb vibratory waves such as sound as well kinetic energy by somehow storing this energy within its molecular bonds. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger the molecular bonds become until the vibranium is extremely difficult to damage or destroy. This makes vibranium highly prized for its durability. Although not as hard or dense as adamantium, few other substances can equal it in durability. In addition, vibranium is much more easier to shape and manipulate than adamantium and remains unsurpassed in its ability to absorb impacts and to absorb noise and sound. Wakandan vibranium also has the power to greatly amplify mystical energies. It taps into an energy flow on the quantum level that is virtually infinite, which is perfect for me, eventually when I learn Asgardian runes, in tandem with its natural abilities. I will be a force to be reckoned with. Wakanda vibranium is also a powerful mutagen. Exposure to vibranium has led to the mutation of flora and fauna such as the heart-shaped herb that is eaten by the Black Panther to bestow upon their physical enhancements. I gave Sophie the task of finding Wakanda a while ago. Their cloaking device kept them hidden, but their location could be deduced with enough time and effort. Luckily, Sophie managed to find it, and now all I had to do was sneak in. I didn't waste time and promptly opened a portal to Africa and headed to Wakanda. Chapter end. I hope you guys are enjoying the story. Stay tuned for Doug's adventures in Wakanda. Did you really think we would cry and beg for mercy? You're the pathetic crybaby in this family, little boy, not us. Now, excuse us while we escape. Eddie Brock, Venom, Earth 616. Comment. 49 comments. Vote. Chapter 39, Nephew. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. I'm not going to ask you again, who are you? Identify yourself. The warrior woman shouted. Well, here goes nothing. Look. I mean you no harm. I was just taking a walk and got lost on the road of life. I shouted, while pointing behind her. I was currently deep in the jungles of the heart of Africa, surrounded by at least a dozen female warriors. Having begun traveling immediately after I arrived, I traveled right away towards the borders of Wakanda. I found a few villages on my way, which, if I were to guess, were filled with spies. My main problem was, even though I spoke the language, and even looked like the locals, magical disguise. I wasn't supposed to be here and there was no way for me to identify myself. I also didn't want to start a fight, unless I absolutely had to. It was just easier if I was captured. I could always escape later. Escaping or fighting now could make them wary of an attack. Silence fell when they heard what I said. One of the warriors looked at the leader with a questioning gaze, as of saying, is he for real? While the rest of the warriors were wondering what kind of suicidal idiot I was, to wander so close to their territory. The leader of the squad raised an eyebrow in skepticism. There is no road to life around here. There aren't even roads out here. Which village do you come from? I come from Wakanda and my name is Njdeka, and I am the son of the Wakandan Prince Njobu. I said shamelessly. That's right folks, I was currently disguised as Killmonger. It wasn't too hard to find a decent photo of him. All I had to do was hack into the U.S. Navy database, and from there, it was easy to find his file. The real Eric Stevens was currently in Afghanistan, serving in a U.S. military Black Ops unit. The thing is, they didn't know that, and even if they suspected something, it would take them a while to check. I was counting on T-Shaker being rattled enough to invite me in. Regardless, if I was lying or not. Me mentioning I am his nephew, and reminding him of his brother my father, should be enough. The warriors all tightened their hands on the spear and became even more wary. Falsely claiming to be royalty was punishable by death. Depending on my next few words, I could end up skewered to death by vibranium spears. After an intense discussion with what appeared to be her second-in-command, the leader of the group turned back to me, her chin held high as she gave her next order. The king shall decide the validity of your claim. If you're lying, you will be executed. You shall follow us, she said. She dropped out of her combat stance, letting the butt of her spear rest on the jungle floor as her eyes tracked me up and down. We begin heading towards Wakanda, with me following behind them. They had me surrounded, cutting off any potential escape routes. On our way there, I began scanning their minds. Although I wasn't skilled enough to rifle through their memories undetected, I could read their surface thoughts easily enough. It turns out their leader secretly contacted the king, and told him about me. He ordered her to bring me to him unharmed. Heh. I guess he feels more guilty than I thought. As we were walking towards the barrier, the trees themselves seemed to glitch, and a futuristic skyline resembling a mixture of New York, Timbuktu, and Cairo appeared. A woe escapes my mouth as I saw the magnificent city. One of the warriors heard me, and a look of pride could be seen on her face. Everywhere you look, there's green, and the massive buildings that are towering amongst it all have an almost natural look to it. Whereas cities like New York are sometimes described as concrete jungles, this city is in harmony with the jungle instead. It's difficult to remember we're still on Earth, instead of walking amongst the works of some alien civilization. Still, as pretty as the Golden City is, I barely had eyes for it. Instead, all of my attention was focused on the looming royal palace, and the technology that was squirreled away in there. I could barely contain my excitement. The group that was escorting me dispersed gradually as we got closer to the palace. Only, the leader who captured me remained leading me in the front, and was probably responsible for allowing us to be led into the heart of the city so swiftly, armed guards bowing out of her way. We finally arrived walking through the grand entrance of the royal palace, armed guards lining the walls. I guess that's why they left. It would be overkill to have that many guards in one room. At the end of the hall, sitting on his throne, is T-Shaker, who was regarding me coolly. "Who are you? And who told you about this place?" "What? I can't visit my uncle, and for how I found this place. It was mentioned in my father's diary, you know, after Yuki," I said. "Silence!" he shouted, cutting me off. He then looked at the Dora Milaje and the squad leader standing beside me. "Leave us," my king, the leader said, bowing down, refusing to leave. I said, "Leave," he repeated. The leader left reluctantly and gave me a venomous look before she left. The Dora Milaje, royal guards, all left too, leaving us alone in the throne room. "Why have you returned?" "Why now?" the king said. T-Shaker prided himself on being a peaceful and kind-hearted leader. However, he had dark secrets that he hid away from his people and family, in order to save face. I thought, "I want justice for my father, and in exchange I will not challenge you for the throne and will leave your family alone," I said. He sighed and said, "You look just like him." There was an unreadable expression on his face, and it seemed, although he was looking at me, his mind was off somewhere else. Probably, reminiscing about the past. I killed my own brother, forever staining my hands with the greatest sin imaginable. I lost family too that day. I have wronged you, I admit, but my son is too young to be king and protector of our people. He shall one day decide the course of our nation. He laments. I ask you to wait for vengeance, and I shall give it to you. I already killed my brother. I won't stain my hands with his son's blood too," he said. "I do not care, old man, as long as I get my revenge. I will be satisfied. I do not care who becomes king after you die. I shall stay the night today and leave tomorrow, but I will come back one day to get what I am owed," I said. I crossed my hands to my chest and turned to leave. The Dora Milaje blocked my path on my way out of the throne room. "Treat him as our guest and show him to his room. He shall stay for the night," they heard the king say. They gave me a nod, and one of them said, "Right this way, honored guest." I followed behind her as she showed me to my quarters, and left me to my own devices. Later that night, an invisible silhouette of a man could be seen, moving around. He moved quickly, but with precision. He was currently following a man wearing a lab coat. He assumed that man was a scientist, judging by his coat, and confirmed his suspicion by scanning his surface thoughts. The scientist eventually arrived before a door, and held out his hand as the door scanned it and confirmed his identity. Doug slipped through the door before it closed and found himself in a futuristic research lab. The lab was full of scientists doing various experiments. Some were noting the effects of some plants, which seemed to have been mutated by vibranium, while others were testing various materials made or affected by vibranium in one way or another. Oddly enough, he could see a little girl standing beside one of the tables, being instructed by an older scientist. He pulled out a flash drive he programmed to copy all of the research related to vibranium. He didn't want to risk Sophie infiltrating the system. Technology was so advanced here, she would probably get noticed the moment she tried infiltrating the system. That's why he was using a flash drive instead. The flash drive was programmed to do a double-pronged attack. It would hack into their systems and simultaneously download the information he wanted. It would look like an outside attack made by a foreign government. They will eventually notice someone went through their systems though, but this way he would have time to escape. He took various designs, mostly of all the tech, designed by Wakanda's research group. Things like the Kimoyo beads, advanced energy reactors, medical beds, the motherboard, main supercomputer, and most important of all, the Black Panther's suit designs. A few moments later, alarms starting blaring in the lab, and warnings of someone hacking into their mainframe starting popping out. The princess was promptly escorted out of the lab and their cybersecurity division came barging in. Doug quickly made it out of the lab, and headed straight to his room. A half hour later one of the guards came to check on him, and found him sleeping. A smile crept on his face after the guard left. "Doug, it seems they don't suspect me yet." "Sophie, you're becoming more and more of a bandit. Are you sure you want to become a hero?" "Doug, there is no time for me to negotiate with hard-headed people. The king is stubborn and will never agree to share no matter what. Unfortunately, it had to be done." "Diana, big sister. I think Doug is only concerned about the future. He wouldn't purposefully harm good people." "Sophie, yeah, but he'll manipulate them though. Was it really necessary for you to pose as that man?" "Doug, it will motivate him to prepare T'Challa to be a better ruler and Black Panther. After I disappear, he'd think he would have a time limit. Fearing I would come back with an army, if he doesn't fulfill his promise." I chatted a bit more with Sophie and Diana, and then decided to get some sleep before my hunt tomorrow. It was time to eliminate a dangerous wild card. Chapter end. No one can win every struggle, but no man should fall without a struggle. Peter Parker. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 58 comments. Vote. Chapter 40, Grav Reactor. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy, winking smiley. I woke up the next day and got ready to leave. I asked to be escorted out, and unsurprisingly they were happy to oblige. It seemed they were still wary of having outsiders in their country. I was also told to never speak of this place to anyone, or I'd be hunted down and trialed for treason. I didn't really take their threats to heart and waved them off. They'll be exposed in a few years anyway, so it didn't really matter to me that much. Plus, I already marked several places I could open a portal to without being detected. Wakanda was practically my backyard. I could come and go as I pleased. They left me outside the barrier and told me to walk the rest of my way back. I asked about the king and was told that he had more important matters to attend to. I knew they were still monitoring me and had people following me, so I went to the closest village and got a hotel room. I spent the next few days doing mundane things like sleeping or reading in my room. After I made sure I wasn't still being watched, I opened a portal that led straight away to the palace. I quickly found the location of the gardens and snuck in past the 2 guards tasked with guarding it. As I gazed upon the royal garden, the glowing flowers swinging softly in a peaceful little breeze. Tens of hundreds of these mystic plants filled the garden. The herbs themselves had this soft purple glow to them, that seemed quite odd. Like they were radioactive. To the Wakandans, it represents a link to their earliest history, the land they currently live in and the land they will end up after they die. In legend, it was said to have been a gift from the panther god, the local deity they worshipped, but in reality, the plant had been mutated by a giant meteorite of vibranium crashing into the earth. What I found most interesting about them is their ability to allow the user to temporarily commune with the dead in the ancestral plane. I wanted to study them and find out if they were simply hallucinations or if there was a more mystical aspect to it. I discreetly took a few bushes and put them in a pouch. I prepared beforehand. I made sure everything was properly secured and promptly left the garden and headed to my lab. After a quick trip to my lab, I returned to my hotel room. Doug, Sophie, have you found the whereabouts of Ulysses' claw? Sigh. More stealing. She said. Doug, hey. He stole them first. I am just getting back what he stole. Sophie, so you're going to give the vibranium back to Wakanda? Silence. Sophie, I thought so too. He was last seen in Richards Bay. It's a city in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Here's a holographic recreation of the closest location. She then displayed a holographic representation of the harbor using high-quality images rendered into a three-dimensional recreation. I visualized my destination and opened a portal to the harbor. Luckily it was midnight and there weren't any people around to see me. I eventually found Claw's hideout after searching a few warehouses and ships. I was guessing he probably hadn't bought his ship Churchill yet, as I found him hiding in an old abandoned warehouse. He was probably using it as a temporary base of operations for him and his men. I activated my camouflage ability and snuck in. I found a couple of dozen men armed with automatic and semi-automatic guns, guarding the warehouse. Claw was an international criminal and underground black market arms dealer. So he was always on the move. He has been escaping Wakanda's pursuit for almost 23 years. Which is quite impressive if you ask me. I found Claw on his phone talking to someone, and as I got closer, I heard him say, "Claw, now, don't tell me your man swindled you. I sent you 6 short-range heat seekers and got a boat full of rusted parts. Now, you will make it right, or the next missile I send you will come very much faster." After Claw threatened the man's life, he hung up and pulled out a bottle of scotch and started drinking. A few moments later his phone rang and he started talking on the phone once more. Just as Claw was continuing another conversation with another one of his clients, I started searching the warehouse and found a few storage metal containers at the back of the warehouse. One of the storage metal containers had a safe hidden inside it. I guessed that's where he kept the vibranium he had stolen from Wakanda. I entered the mirror dimension and easily broke down the safe's door. I exited the mirror dimension after I entered the safe. It was all there, neatly packed in tubes, right in front of me, a quarter-ton of the precious metal. It was valued at $10,000 per ounce, just over $2 billion worth. Sophie, it looks like we're all getting upgrades, I said. Dips on a new processing unit, she said. I didn't waste time and opened a portal underneath all the vibranium, which led directly to a storage unit located in my base. The sound of an alarm started blaring in the facility as soon as I was finished moving the vibranium. I guessed that I set off some kind of alarm when I took it. I could hear shouting right outside the door. I readied myself for a fight and turned invisible again. A few moments later, I heard the metal storage unit being opened. Not long after that, the safe was being opened too. I found Claw with a half-dozen men standing in front of the empty safe, dumbfounded by what they were seeing. A few moments of silence pass before Claw shouts, "Where the fuck is my vibranium?" He then started giving orders to his men, telling them to surround the building. In the meantime, I told Sophie to cut the lights. "Stay alert, boys, keep your backs to each other, and if you see anything move, I want it full of bullets." Claw said. "It won't do you any good," I said. They all turned their guns towards where they heard my voice and started shooting. They kept shooting for a few seconds until they suddenly stopped. One of them said, "Did we get him?" "No, you didn't," I said. My stingers came out and I started moving. Screams could be heard every few seconds. The sound of gunfire and grown-ass men begging for mercy could be heard all around the warehouse. I was methodically taking down every single mercenary. Most of these men here were murderers, rapists, or both. I made sure to only paralyze the ones who didn't commit too serious of a crime, as some of the men hired were local and were only trying to feed their families. Sophie was a great help in that regard. Some people might argue that I wasn't any better for killing these men, and honestly, they had a point, but I at least didn't go around hurting innocent people. I had already strengthened my resolve and drawn my own line. As long as I didn't cross it, I won't turn into a monster. Flashes of gunfire and the occasional portal being opened were the only things visible in the darkness. Luckily I had enhanced night vision, a perk of my spider physiology. Claw, finally having enough, said, "Whoever you are, we can talk. I am a businessman. We can talk business." I didn't say anything in response and started getting closer to him. "I can hear you trying to sneak up on me, so you might as well answer," he said. "I am not much for talk, Claw, but if you really think I'm letting you go, you're sorely mistaken," I said. "Come on, you're doing it for the money too. You already have the vibranium. Let bygones be bygones. I could even get you more if you want," he said. By this point, most of Claw's men were injured or dead. Claw had a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. He kept trying to find me, which was useless since I was invisible. Only 2 men were left beside him. "Drop the weapons or die. The choice is yours," I said. They dropped their weapons. "You have chosen wisely," I said, before quickly knocking them out. I step up to Claw and disarm him from both of his weapons. I hold him up by his neck, using only one hand. I was still invisible, so all Claw could see was an invisible force holding him in midair. "What are you?" he wheezes out, already starting to pass out from lack of oxygen. "I am Cypher," I answered. After I knocked him out, I opened a portal to Wakanda. I dropped him in front of the barrier where the border patrol found me last time. I also left a note with him that said, "This is my gift for Wakanda, the wanted criminal Ulysses Claw." I signed the note Cypher. It could be useful when I ask a favor of them in the future, but for now, I had no use for Claw. I couldn't be bothered to keep him alive until I needed that favor. The way I saw it, I had nothing to lose by giving him to them and maybe something to gain in the future. I finally left Africa, satisfied with what I obtained. It was definitely a fruitful trip. I went back to my lab and immersed myself in research. I took a sample of the enigma I created and decided to observe what kind of effects the radiation produced by the vibranium could have on a symbiote. It would probably take a while before I could see any results. In the meantime, I decided to build a nanotech suit from vibranium, to boost my defense. Hopefully, I could fuse it with the symbiote after it mutates. And to power it all up, I spent the next few days building a gravitonium/vibranium-based arc reactor to provide unlimited energy. I based it on the designs I took from Wakanda. It was designed based upon the spikes of gravity given by the liquid magnet. It will energize the vibranium shell, which can then convert that energy into any kind of energy using converters. It was a better and more powerful version of Tony's arc reactor. It would also be more compatible with the suit I was building, and since I was using a gravitonium core, the suit will naturally have the ability to fly and maybe some minor gravity manipulation. Essentially, I'll be able to make myself light enough to fly or heavy enough to not be easily knocked back. Things were coming along quite nicely. Chapter end. Hey guys, tell me what you think of the chapter. I hope you're enjoying the story, and as always, thank you guys for your support. If the nations of the earth cannot stop squabbling like spoiled children long enough to control the forces they have so foolishly unleashed, then Doom shall take their deadly toys away from them. Victor Von Doom, Earth 616. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 48 comments. Vote. Chapter 41, Endosim Armor. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. I was finally done with building my grav reactor, and it was a thing of beauty. The reactor ended up being as big as my palm. The outer shell, which was made from vibranium, contained the gravitonium core. The reactor had a metallic sheen to it and was pulsing with a purple glow. The core was switching between a solid and liquid state, and almost seemed like a living metal. The reactor's core was being exposed to an electric current, which then caused the gravitonium to solidify. In its solid state, gravity fields erupt randomly, changing the rules of gravity around it. The vibranium shell then absorbs these gravity spikes and convert it into energy, creating a perfect cycle of energy. The suit itself was being kept in the shell that surrounded the gravitonium. I also switched out my watch to the more advanced and better Kimoyo beads. The beads were specifically made for a number of purposes, like over-air speech, so basically a cell phone in a bead, holographic display projector, 3D spatial mapping and interface, to let you interact with the holographic displays, and power sources. I planned on giving one to Jean, Kitty and the Ancient One, so we can always stay in touch in case of an emergency. The suit itself was based on the designs I took from Wakanda. It used the same technology as the original Black Panther's suit. It could also absorb kinetic energy, and use that energy to produce energy blasts. The suit itself looked similar to the Black Panther's suit, but it was silver. I didn't bother with customizing it yet, since I wanted to see the results of it bonding with the symbiote. I took out the squirming mass of symbiote, and let it bond with the suit. Normally this wouldn't work, as the symbiote needed a biological host to bond to, but the mutated sample, which was exposed to the vibranium's radiation, gained the ability to bond with vibranium. After it finished bonding with the suit, I came closer to it, and extended my arm to touch the suit. It immediately started crawling up my arm, firmly latching to my skin. I grabbed a fistful and pulled at it, only for my hands to get stuck and the living liquid ooze to begin climbing up my shoulders. I fell on the floor, struggling to move as it crawled over my entire body. I would have cried out for help, but the slime wrapped around my face, covering my mouth. I squeezed my eyes shut, expecting pain, maybe even suffocating and passing out, but instead, I felt normal. No, I felt more than normal. I felt like I was more powerful. I immediately grew in height, and felt like I could manipulate my own biomass. I tried morphing my hand into blades, claws, and various weapons, and was successful in my attempt. I could also extend one stinger for each fingertip. This armor, after merging with a symbiote, became a fully liquid smart metal which hardens instantly on connection with my body. The schnick bonding with the suit allowed me to control it remotely, and call for it with no need of electronics. I could give it schnick commands, but it does not have intelligence of its own, only a schnick link. I knew that the symbiote would amplify my own powers, but I never knew it was to this extent. I wanted to take this process to an extreme by bonding with it on a cellular level. It was the only way I could solve my messed up DNA, but now wasn't the time. I commanded the suit to separate from me and it extended to the point of it forming fully into a humanoid form. I tried getting it to move and I was successful in commanding it to move around. I commanded the symbiote to separate from the original suit and was successful in making it return to its previous organic form. I spent the next few days trying to figure out a way to heal myself. Dr. Parker and Dr. Hansen walked in on me, only to see large piles of medical texts in my lab. Every table and surface to the left side of the lab was covered with something related to the biology of the human body. Microscopes and petri dishes, tissue samples, hair follicles, blood, and various vials of chemicals that liked to change color or bubble when something was added to them. Every surface to the right was covered with computer components, soldering irons, kimoyo beads, heaps of notes, and about 7 different computers, all compiling different bits of code, or moving through massive databases. They heard me mumbling to myself. Using the right techniques, it can be directed with pinpoint accuracy, and used to energize targeted molecules, to directly rearrange DNA. But human cells can only go through mitosis so many times before they die completely. This would need to be carried out on a fairly large scale, millions of cells at the same time, so there's almost no room for error. I continued. Mr. Cypher. Are you all right? Dr. Parker said. Dr. Parker, just the man I was looking for. I need you to take a look at something. I said. What is this? He said as he started reading the data. His brows creased as he kept reading, until he finally turned to me and said, "What mutation are you trying to cause?" I managed to obtain a particular piece of DNA that allows for infinite reproduction. If I manage to flash it into the mitochondria of a normal human cell, I said, you can theoretically obtain immortality. He continued. That's brilliant. It's theoretically possible, but it would have to be done on every cell simultaneously, and of course there's still the compatibility issue. He droned on for a bit, until I finally stopped him and said, the compatibility problem is not an issue. Using your gene splicing research plus the sample I obtained from a mutant who is virtually immortal, we are already halfway there. I said. Wait, even if it's true, it will cause an enormous amount of strain on the body. The DNA will start breaking down before the subject has a chance to go through the procedure. Who will be even insane enough to go through something like this? Just the pain alone is enough to drive anyone crazy. They'll end up dying anyway. He said. I found a solution to that problem too. You seem to be misunderstanding something, doctor. I already figured it out, and I already have a willing subject. I just need you to monitor the procedure and make sure nothing goes wrong. I said. Are you mad? You expect me to agree to human experimentation? I don't know what kind of person you think I am, but I won't risk someone else's life no matter what. He said. Relax, Doc. I already talked to Dr. Hansen, she'll assist too. If this is successful, we might have a chance to cure your wife. The extremis virus is still incomplete and needs a lot more time until it's finished. The rejection rate is still too high, and Mary's condition is getting worse. We're running out of time. This is the only solution we've got. I said. He grimaced a bit at my words and his fists tightened. He couldn't refute my words, because he knew more than anyone how severe his wife's condition was. Her condition has been deteriorating ever since she went into that coma. Nothing we did could improve it. He's been spending more and more time in the lab each day trying to find a solution. He was making impressive strides, but it was still too slow. His wife had a few more days at most. Even if I agree to something like this, Mary would never forgive me. He said with a resigned tone. At least she'll be alive. She doesn't even have to know. Plus you never asked me who's the willing test subject. I said. He sighed. Who is it? You're looking right at him. I said. The next day. I still think you're crazy. Dr. Hansen said. Come on, we've been over this. Nothing is going to happen. Relax. If we're successful, we would have essentially cracked the secret to immortality. I said. It was true. I never could have figured it out, without their research. It would have taken me a long time, to even get close to doing something like this. I made sure to give them instructions in case anything happened, and Sophie already had the Ancient One on speed dial. I called upon the symbiote within me and watched as it wrapped me up in a cocoon. I was going to let it bond to me on a cellular level. This is. Dr. Parker said. What's wrong? Dr. Hansen said. It can't be, it was destroyed on the plane, unless he. Stop. The procedure. He said. His vitals are within parameters, stopping it now could prove detrimental. Dr. Hansen said. You don't understand, that thing is dangerous, it will do more harm than good. He said. Master Cypher has told me to inform you, that the sample he's bonded with was purified and underwent a different procedure. Please proceed with administrating the TW cells, Dr. Hansen. Sophie said. Administrating them right now. Dr. Hansen said. Dr. Parker could only sigh in defeat and decided to monitor the situation. Hopefully things would go smoothly, and he wouldn't have to interfere. Doug's mindscape. I was back in my mindscape staring at that same strange red door. I pushed the door open and found, nothing has changed, the room still had those strange circuit markings all over it, and that giant screen occupied most of the room. I approached the screen and could see hundreds of lines of code, running through the screen. I called upon my symbiote, and watched it as it materialized over my whole body. I extended several tendrils from my body and connected them to the computer in front of me. A connection was successfully established, and I began the process of going through the codes. I could finally understand the genetic language which was displayed on the screen. Only, due to my powers, they were displayed as computer code. I now had total access to my entire genetic code down to the atomic level. With this genetic access I can find any form of illness and negate it, keeping me perfectly healthy, and curing me from any viruses at the genetic levels, even cancer. First I decoded all the information that would allow me to change back to my original form, reversing me back to normal without severe side effects, unnatural mutations or potential body damage. This process took what felt like weeks. The amount of information I had to go through manually was staggering to say the least. Second, I accessed the encoded information hidden away in my DNA. With that kind of data storage, I had access to new courses of possibilities like gene splicing, modification, etc. I immediately began the process of splicing several useful traits, like Wolverine's regeneration, my spider powers, and even managed to strengthen Cypher's original powers. By the time I was done, it felt like months had passed. The reason it took so much time was because my symbiote wasn't able to assist me with such things. I had to write every single line of code manually, and I couldn't add any code I hadn't previously researched in the real world. The amount of information required to add a single trait or power was enormous. Symbiotes already had the ability of genetic imprinting and could access any powers they retained in their genetic memory. It's the reason why Venom had Spider-Man's powers even after their separation. My symbiote was a blank slate and didn't have a consciousness of its own. In the future, if I were to gain any useful powers, I would have to decode the acquired DNA sample into computer code, and then input it into my own genetic data banks. Finally done, I decided to exit my mindscape. Luckily time passes here extremely quickly, so not much time has passed in the real world. Chapter end. Damn. This chapter took a lot out of me. A lot of information to go through. Cypher will be having a lot more fights in the future. So, stay tuned for more. I hope you enjoyed today's chapter, and as always thank you for your support. McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are confusing. Deadpool. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Comment. 68 comments. Vote. Chapter 42, The Perfect Host. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Groggily opening my eyes, it takes a while before the blurry, unfamiliar surroundings make sense to me again. As everything slowly becomes sharper, all I could see was white. I touched the strange substance surrounding me and realized that it was my symbiote. I absorbed the symbiote back into my body and was surprised by how natural it felt. It no longer felt like a foreign entity, merely an extension of myself. It was as easy as moving my arms and legs. I looked around me and found myself in the same room I was in when I started my procedure. Strangely, there was no one present. Slightly miffed, I said, "Sophie, where is everyone?" Report. Dr. Hansen and Dr. Parker are at the medbay. I quickly left my lab and headed towards the medical wing where Mary Parker was being kept. I found Dr. Hansen and Dr. Parker having a loud argument. Dr. Parker had an empty syringe in his hand and was standing next to Mary's bed. "Tell me you didn't," I said. Finally, noticing my appearance, they both turned to me. "Cypher," they both shouted. "Please tell me you didn't do what I think you just did," I said. I had no choice. Her heart already stopped twice. You were trapped in that cocoon for a week. What was I supposed to do, let her die? I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. The serum is still highly unstable. We have no way of knowing if she's even compatible. Even if she's compatible, it could put too much stress on her body and kill her. Dr. Hansen said. We suddenly hear loud beeping sounds coming from the machines monitoring Mary's vitals. Dr. Hansen rushed over and started checking her vitals. Mary's skin held a faint red glow, and her breathing was shallow and somewhat labored. I wasn't entirely sure if she was smoking or not, but judging by the slight burn marks on her bed, it didn't seem too out of the question. What's happening to her? Dr. Parker said. She's overheating. It's what I was afraid of, her body is rejecting the serum. She said. Do something. Please. I can't lose her like this. He said. There is nothing I could do now. It's too late. She said. Not if I have anything to say about it. I said. I immediately called up my symbiote and commanded it to bond with her. Third person POV. Mary felt confused. She vaguely remembered having a bad dream, and then there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was like something had cut the dream short, like ending a videotape which was then being replaced by another. The feeling was hard to describe, and then just as abruptly the feeling had started, she saw her dream environment. Now, normally you don't know that you are dreaming. Because if you know you are dreaming, you'll wake up. She felt like she was forgetting something important though, but no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't remember. Mary's thoughts were interrupted when the mindscape scene shifted into a simple room with a comfortable-looking hospital bed. The bed was already occupied by someone that could have been her twin if she had been born with one. Despite looking exactly like herself, it was still painfully obvious that something was wrong. Her doppelganger's eyes were squeezed shut, and its skin held a faint red glow underneath. In between its shrieks of agony, it strained violently against the restraints that were coming out of the bed. It looked to be in a lot of pain. Before Mary could get closer to her doppelganger, a squirming mass of white goo started coming out of it. Immediately sensing a threat, Mary's doppelganger tried fighting back against this strange white substance. As if sensing its own demise, its temperature spiked, and waves of heat could be felt from it. The white substance in response formed several tendrils like pseudopods from its constituent matter. It started restraining and trying to absorb the extremist doppelganger, seemingly unconcerned by the heat. The battle ended swiftly. With the doppelganger's defeat, it was completely absorbed by this strange white substance. Mary kept her distance and tried not to draw its attention. The white goo-like substance started transforming into something else and gained a human form. It transformed into a young, handsome man with blue eyes and blonde hair. The young man slowly started getting closer to Mary and said, "Dr. Mary Parker. Please don't be alarmed. What you just saw was my symbiote. I created it based on your husband's work. Your body was rejecting a serum your husband gave to you in an attempt to save your life. I used my symbiote to cure your body of the serum's effects. I am also healing your injuries as we speak. You should be up and running in no time." He said. "My husband. Is he okay?" she asked, suddenly remembering everything. "I assure you, he's fine. Now, how about we get out of here and go see him?" He reached out his hand, and without hesitation she grabbed it. The next second both of them disappeared from her mindscape. POV end. After reabsorbing the symbiote back into my body, I immediately felt different. One of the first things I felt was heat. My attention was immediately drawn by the red glowing veins running through my limbs. The surrounding air shimmering from the heat I was giving off. Trying something, I tried to focus on the glowing spot on the left side of my chest, listening to my pulse, as I tried to calm down. A few moments pass with me just standing there. "Are you all right?" Dr. Hansen asked. "I am fine. Everything is fine," I said with my eyes closed. "What did you do?" Dr. Parker said. "I used my symbiote to absorb the serum from her system. I also healed her wounds. She should be work." I am suddenly interrupted by the sound of groaning and sheets rustling. Dr. Parker's head snapped back to his wife's bed, seeing her wake up. He rushes over to her side and helps her sit up. Giving them some privacy, Dr. Hansen and I left them and headed to my lab. After reaching the lab, Dr. Hansen started examining me. "Do you feel any different?" she asked. "Yeah, I feel like I just swallowed a furnace," I said. "Ha ha, very funny. I mean, are you having any trouble regulating your body's temperature?" she said. "Some. My symbiote is definitely helping, but I don't think I am compatible with it," I said. "You're lucky. If it were anyone else, it would have ended badly. I am honestly amazed that you're even standing," she said. "I live to impress. Look, do you still have the samples I gave you to work with?" I said. "Yes, they're in my lab," she said. I told her to grab a vial and bring it to me. Scorch's blood platelets had the ability to store or disperse heat efficiently. His ability was present in his blood, so all I had to do was replicate those blood platelets to be present in my body. The symbiote could replicate them easily enough. All it needed was a template. After I gave the sample for my symbiote to absorb, I immediately felt better. My body stopped feeling like it was burning up with fever and settled into the area of a warm glowing cinder. It felt comfortable. I tried calling upon that heat and focused on my hand, willing the heat to move towards it. My hand glowed a bit and after a few seconds, a fireball could be seen in my palm. Neat. Fire and lightning. That's 2 out of the 5 elements, I thought to myself. Feeling slightly giddy, a chuckle escaped my mouth. I told Dr. Hansen to keep an eye on Mr. and Mrs. Parker while I was away, and make sure everything checked out with Mary's condition. I opened a portal to the sanctum and found myself in front of the Ancient One's quarters. I decided to pay her a visit first, since it's been a while since I have seen her. I knocked on the door and waited for someone to open. Surprised to find the Ancient One personally answering the door, I said. "Where's your door guy?" "He's off today. He's visiting family in Florida if I am not mistaken," she said. "Wait, your door guy is from Florida?" I said. "Yes, he is. What brings you here, Doug? I am sure you're not here to talk about my door guy," she said. "You're correct. I am here to ask about Jean and Kitty's training. I need them for a little trip," I said. "Kitty's training is going very well. Master Mordo has even started teaching her how to use a sling ring. Jean's training has been coming along as well. She's still prone to small outbursts, but they've been decreasing gradually with training," she said. "What about you, Thought? I can sense that your powers have grown," she said. I smirked a bit and said, Just a few science experiments, don't worry, it's nothing too dangerous. Actually, I have a small gift for you. I took out a small black bracelet from my pocket and gave it to her. She examined the bracelet with interest and said, "Are these made from vibranium?" Surprised by her question, I asked, "How did you know?" She then showed me her ring and said, "I am familiar with the material, they are excellent conduits for magic. I am surprised you obtained this much thought. I can't imagine it was easy. Wakanda is really strict with who has access to their national treasure." My eyes widened a bit, and I said, "You know about Wakanda?" "Of course I do. A Wakandian shaman gave me this ring as a gift a few hundred years ago, after I helped him with a demon problem," she said, sweating a bit at how casual her statement was. Damn, how old is she? I thought. We kept talking for a bit more. I asked her a few more questions about what she knew about vibranium, especially the mystical aspects of it. She told me she didn't know much about it, since she never had enough of it to conduct any experiments, and what she had was considered precious. I showed her how to use the kimoyo beads, and she was surprised by how advanced they were. She got the hang of it pretty quickly, though. They are certainly useful. Thank you for the gift, she said. Don't mention it. It's the least I could do, I said. I bade her farewell and went to find the girls. It was time to give that bald bastard a visit. Chapter end. I think Cypher has gained a decent power level over these past few chapters. Let me know if you think it was too much. Or God forbid too little. Stay tuned for the next chapter, and as always thank you for your support. I hope you're enjoying the story. Okay, suckers. You've taken your best shot. Now it's my turn. Wolverine. I already have 8 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Creators' thoughts. Anubis_creations Anubis_creations. Lightning Kai mode, plus Wolverine's regeneration and extremis serum and spider serum and symbiote /vibranium suit powered by a gravitonium core. Plus he's a sorcerer. He could probably toe-to-toe with Thor and even the Hulk. Comment. 78 comments. Vote. Chapter 43, Betrayal. I already have 9 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. A /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy. Third person POV. Jean and Kitty had been missing for a month now, and no one knew where they were. No matter how many times the professor searched with Cerebro, he couldn't find even the slightest trace of their minds. Everyone in school feared for the worst. What if an anti-mutant terrorist group had gotten to them? Or what if they had been brainwashed by a supervillain? Many of the X-Men, even Wolverine, was desperately looking for anyone who could give them a hint on their whereabouts. Even after interrogating rogue mutants to people in the government who wanted to see mutants suppressed, they weren't getting any closer to finding the girls. But the X-Men refused to quit on them. Although after questioning their 100th suspect they began to wonder if they were dead and that there was no point to keep going. The X-Mansion. Charles was in a bad mood. It was no big deal to most people, sometimes you just had bad days. This was different. His dear students have been missing for almost a month, and it made him feel like he has somehow failed them. He was also secretly worried about what he felt that day. It reminded him too much of the entity he sealed inside Jean's mind. Did it get loose somehow? Was the cage he created finally broken? Could the Phoenix come back one day and seek revenge for being sealed all these years? Looking up at the sound of knocking, he realized how distracted he's been. He hadn't noticed anyone approaching him, which served to aggravate him a bit. Clearing his throat, he called out, for whoever knocked to come in. "Come in," he said. "It's just me, Professor." He stilled hearing Scott, he definitely should have sensed. "Yes, Scott. How can I help you?" Xavier said. "You told me to come to you in case it was important," Scott said. He rubbed his temples. He had no memory of that. "Of course, what is it?" Xavier said. "Kitty has been spotted at her parents' house. We're moving out in 10. Scott said. "Kitty's house?" Jean and I were currently at Kitty's house. Kitty wanted to see her parents and insisted on us coming along. We ended up staying over for dinner. We've been gone for almost a month. I didn't particularly care about going back to school, but I did care about keeping up appearances. We couldn't just disappear without an explanation and leave everything behind. Not unless we wanted people to believe we were dead. We've been already pushing it, with us being away this long. It was time we went back. It seemed Xavier already paid a visit to Kitty's parents since for some reason they didn't find it strange that their daughter has been missing for a month. "So tell me, Douglas, how's the school these days? I hope you're settling in all right," Kitty's mom said. "It's fine, it hasn't been hard settling in. I've made a bunch of friends, so it hasn't been too hard." I lied. "Oh, I remember when Kitty first started going, she was so worried about making friends and getting people to like her. It was so cute," she said. "Mom, we don't have to talk about it, you know," Kitty whined. "Really? Tell me more," I said, feigning interest. "Come on now, dear, don't embarrass Kitty in front of her friends. It doesn't matter how adorable she was," Kitty's dad said. "Oh God," Kitty said, covering her face with her hands. We all shared a laugh at Kitty's expense and continued our dinner. It got late, so we decided to leave. Jean and I were currently standing at the front porch getting ready to leave. "We really have to go, Mrs. Pride, it's already getting too late," I said. "Nonsense, stay as long as you like, that's what our guest rooms are for. You and Jean are welcome to stay the night," she said. "We really should get going, Mrs. Pride," Jean said. Suddenly we hear the sound of a jet getting closer. The jet landed in the backyard and out of it a few figures come running out. Among them were the Wolverine, followed by Cyclops, Storm, Rogue, Nightcrawler, and the Professor. "Kitty, Jean, Miss Aurora," they both said. "Thank God you're okay," she said. "Doug, watch out," Jean shouted. I jumped out of the way of a red beam aimed towards me. "Jean, get away from him," Scott shouted. After I dodged, I felt someone, or something, trying to dig around in my mind. I tried to block it like the Ancient One taught me, but they were too strong. They broke through my defenses one after the other. The more I fought, the worse it got. Suddenly my head started hurting 100 times worse. "Get the hell out of my mind," I said, through gritted teeth. The symbiote, feeling its host being attacked, materialized and started going haywire. Strands of tough, flexible fibers of organic polymers started attacking my surroundings, and one of the strands hit Jean. Scott started shooting laser beams at me and went over to Jean's side, trying to protect her. With a psychic shout, I finally pushed them out. I was now standing at 7 feet tall, wearing my Enigma suit. The symbiote must have taken this design from my mind. It looked like a futuristic super suit. It included clawed fingers and arm spikes. It also lacked any visible eye lenses. The suit was predominantly black and white with red highlights, and the red spider symbol on the chest more vaguely resembled a skull than a spider. I didn't dislike the design, on the contrary, it was one of my favorites. It's probably the reason why it chose it. It looked like Spider-Man's 2099 white suit. Zart was so cool. Nightcrawler shouted. Okay, now I am pissed, I said. I looked towards Xavier and found him sitting in his chair. He looked exhausted and was slightly bleeding from his nose. Storm was beside him, making sure he was okay. I started walking towards him, my mind still in a haze. My instincts identified him as a threat, and I was about to remove that threat. Wolverine stood in my way. I wouldn't do that if I were you, bub. Get out of my way, James. Things won't go like last time. This is my last warning, I said. What did you just call me? He said. I started chuckling, and with my suit on, my voice sounded deep and ominous. You think he's not in your head too? Look at you, James. He's tamed you, I said. Why did you call me by that name? He shouted, his claws coming out. I have one of those too, you know, I said. My stingers came out, and I blitzed over to him. Surprised by my speed, he managed a hasty block. Not expecting my strength, he was blown away and crashed into a nearby tree. Nightcrawler started moving and teleported above my head. Time slowed down to a crawl, and everything around me was moving in slow motion. Seeing his attack, I easily blocked it and kicked him away. It seems that after I fixed my DNA, my spider powers were greatly enhanced, especially my spidey sense. Scott tried attacking me with his laser beams, but ended up getting blasted with his own attack, after I created a portal to redirect his attack back at him. Settle down, Simplops. You're not even qualified to fight me, I said. He merely groaned in response, not even able to speak. After getting hit with his own attacks, Wolverine came back and charged at me with his claws out. I braced myself to receive his attack, but before I could. Enough! A powerful psychic yell stopped us in our tracks. Nightcrawler, who was getting ready to attack, while Wolverine distracted me, and Rogue, who was trying to sneak up behind me to absorb my powers, all collapsed on the ground. I didn't collapse due to my strong mental defenses, but it was definitely enough to give me one hell of a headache. I turned to Jean and saw her hair on fire. It seemed she was channeling a part of the Phoenix Force to subdue us all. She looked at me and said, "Doug, that's enough, please. They're my friends." I sighed, fine, but they started it. I retracted my symbiote, absorbing it back into my body. I walked over and stood beside Jean, who was still in her Phoenix mode. Kitty was nowhere to be found. I was guessing she got her parents inside as soon as the fighting started. I couldn't really blame her though. I would have done the same. My thoughts were confirmed when I saw her walking out of her house. "Have you guys stopped fighting?" she said. "Yeah, it's okay, Kitty, it's all fine," I said. What the hell is going on? Kurt said. I don't know, sugar, but I think we're about to find out. Rogue said. What's going on, Jean? Why do you look like this? Storm said. She was walking towards us while pushing the professor. His face still looked a little pale, but it looked like he was fine. You. I said. Calm down, Douglas, it seems there was a misunderstanding. He said. A misunderstanding? Why the hell did you attack me? I said. My apologies, we were under the impression that you had something to do with Jean and Kitty's disappearance, but judging by where we are all standing, it seems we were hasty in our judgment. He said. Kitty and Jean were currently standing beside me, while the rest of the X-Men were standing beside Xavier. I scoffed. Is that what the X-Men does nowadays? Attack first, ask questions later. How did you know about the X-Men? Scott said, a hand over his chest where his attack hit him. What kind of idiot do you think I am? You thought I would join a school filled with metahumans without doing some research first. Your headmaster is a powerful telepath. I had to make sure he wasn't brainwashing people, and it seems I wasn't mistaken, I said, looking towards Jean. What the hell are you on about? The professor would never do that. You're just trying to cover up the fact that you're a spy. Scott said. I was starting to get annoyed with Scott and was seriously considering bitch slapping him. Jean, sensing my annoyance, said. I have a question to ask you, Professor. Did you know? Known about what, Jean? He said. Don't play games with me, Professor. Were you the one who did it? Jean said. Did what, Jean? What are you talking about? Storm asked. Answer me, Professor. She pressed on. He sighed. I had to, Jean, it was the only choice. Your powers were too great, and that thing wasn't a part of you. If you had lost control for even a second, the results would have been catastrophic. I did what I thought was right. It was for the greater good. You betrayed my trust, locked away a part of myself. You didn't understand what you were dealing with, but did it, anyway. For the greater good. Who are you to decide what's good for everybody else? She said, teary-eyed. The anger in her voice only making the crackling flames growing in her eyes worse. The professor had his head down and couldn't even look her in the eyes. The X-Men were all standing there, shocked by what they were hearing. Professor, is this true? Storm asked. Before the professor could answer, Scott interrupted and said, Jean, this isn't you. Maybe you ought to settle down, laser boy. I said, increasingly getting annoyed with him. Don't listen to him, Jean, he's trying to turn you against us. I don't know what he has been filling your head with, but the professor would never do something like this. He said. You think I'm keeping her against her will? She's with me because she wants to be. I said. The professor said you might be different, Jean. Scott said. Yes. Yes, it is me. It's the first time I felt like myself since I can even remember. What have you done to her? Logan said, turning to the professor. Logan, you have to understand, you have no idea. You have no idea of what she's capable of. Xavier said. No, Professor. I had no idea what you were capable of. Logan answered. I had a terrible choice to make. I chose the lesser of two evils. Xavier said. Well, it sounds to me like Jean had no choice at all. Storm said. Meanwhile, Scott was trying to talk Jean down. He tried to assure her, I didn't know about any of this. But, we'll figure it out. Just come back to us. Is this what your ideals have led you to, Charles? We suddenly heard. We turned to see Magneto coming towards us, along with a few members of his Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto. Logan growled. Oh, it's you, Logan. I could smell the adamantium from a mile away. He said. One of the mutants walking beside him suddenly came closer to him and whispered. It's her. She's the Omega class. She's more powerful than anything I've ever felt. The mutant said. She then turned her eyes towards me and said, I can't sense what class he is, but he's dangerous. Magneto raised an eyebrow at that and examined me with interest. It seemed that today was his lucky day. Chapter end. Damn it all. This chapter was tough to write. Tell me what you guys think in the comments, and as always, thank you for your support. The time skip is coming closer and should happen in a chapter or two. The thing none of you will ever understand is that there are no sides. There are no heroes or villains. There's just what I want and how I'll get it. Magneto, not a hero, Vol 1-4. I already have 9 advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 93 comments. Vote. Chapter 44, Magneto. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. A /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy. Magneto was wearing his trademark helmet and purple cape. His suit was black with a red chest piece and his arms had purple braces. Mystique, Callisto, Juggernaut, Multiple Man, and Sabretooth stood at the edge of the street, looking towards the X-Men and Cypher. He thinks your power is too great for you to control. He's trying to hold you back from what you were meant to be all along, Magneto said. He turned to Charles. You're treating her no differently than how Shaw treated me. Magneto knows Charles well enough to know from an educated guess, and what he heard, that Charles must have telepathically blocked her memory or manipulated her somehow. I only did what I had to do. Jean was a child, a very powerful child. Charles said. You're right about one thing, Charles. She is powerful, and she can use that power for all mutant kind. Magneto said. You are a god among insects. Never let anyone tell you differently. We mutants are stronger, smarter. We are the next step in human evolution. Why must you limit yourself? Why must you shrink away to make other people comfortable around you? You are a god to these people, Jean. Come, let me show you. Join me and together we can forge a better future for all of mutant kind. Magneto said. He then turned to us and said. And to my fellow mutants, I make you this offer. Join us or stay out of our way. Clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk. Everyone turned to look towards where they heard clapping. Are you finished? I said. Magneto gave me a curious gaze, which seemed to surprise many of those who were standing. Who are you, my fellow mutant? He asked. I am Cypher. I answered shortly. Do you find this amusing? He asked. No, not exactly, it's more ironic than anything. I find it quite surprising that someone like you would preach about mutant superiority, especially after what you went through. It reminds me of a certain someone, if you catch my drift. I said. So, no, I don't think Jean is going to join your little Nazi mutant club, sorry. I said. His eyes went wide. You dare? Do you even know who you say this to? Mutants are the superior race, right? Didn't Hitler say the same about the Aryans? Didn't he create a special little group with special people to hunt down the weaker race? Will you do the same? Will you hunt down and put all the humans into special little camps? I spat back. I am nothing like them. Do you hear me, you insolent brat? He roared. What do you know about what I went through, boy? I watched thousands of men, women, and children walk to their deaths. I pulled their bodies from the gas chambers. I dug out their teeth so the Germans could take their gold. And I carried them to the ovens, where I learned how to combine a child's body with an old man's, making them burn better. I saw my fellow workers buried alive under an avalanche of rotting corpses. I saw thousands of murdered people burning in giant outdoor pits. I have seen at least 250,000 dead human beings with my own eyes, and I couldn't save a single one. He said. I am not going to do to the humans what the Nazis did to me. I am saving my people. Then why are you being so goddamn hypocritical? No matter how you put it, your actions are putting innocent people in danger. Your brotherhood is labeled as a terrorist group. If you really wanted to help mutants, you would create a safe haven, protect them using your strength, not wage a one-man war on all of humanity. You and Xavier are two sides to the same coin, one preaches violence, while the other preaches coexistence and peace. But both believe they are superior to humans. Homo superior. Give me a break. Those are our two choices. A manipulative pacifist and a violent terrorist. Getting increasingly annoyed with Cypher, Magneto finally exploded and attacked Cypher. Enough! Magneto roared as he raised his hand, lifting Kitty's parents' car into the air before slamming it down on the ground with a loud crash. It was totaled. While Cypher was talking with Magneto, Scott and the X-Men were all having a telepathic conversation. No matter what happened today, they all knew that it was going to come down to a fight, especially after Cypher called Magneto a Nazi. That was just asking for it. All right, let's go, Scott said as the Brotherhood began their attack. Lightning lighted up the sky as Storm flew up to the roof. Logan followed, roaring and charged at Sabretooth like a true animal. Wolverine slashed at him and Sabretooth ducked, then knocked Wolverine down. Both growled at each other. Wolverine slashed a large pole, which fell to the ground, crushing Sabretooth. He snarled and leapt into one of multiple man's clones, swinging around and tackling another. Shadowcat phased through all the clones and headed straight towards the original. Jean used her telekinetic abilities to take a few clones out, while Cyclops and Rogue blasted several clones, burning them. Storm flew close to the rooftop. She shot a gust of wind out at Callisto coming her way. Smirking, Callisto speeds up to the rooftop, then leaps out, tackling Storm to the ground. Storm and Callisto go at it. Callisto catches her with a few punches and then speeds away from Storm before she can counter. She continues to speed around Storm, hitting her with another blow, but Storm wises up. She sticks an arm out and Callisto falls to the grounds. Storm quickly grabs her and tosses her into the front gate, then summons her electricity and shocks Callisto until she's knocked out. With a satisfied grin, Storm heads back to help her friends. After Logan dealt with Sabretooth, he found Juggernaut charging at him. Deciding it was better to dodge, he leapt out of the way. Juggernaut came to a halt and gave Logan a vicious smile. He picked up the fallen pole and swung it at Wolverine, and sent him crashing through several walls. Logan groaned violently as he clutched his heavily bruised side. Juggernaut charged at the downed Wolverine, probably trying to crush him to death, but he was suddenly brought to a grinding halt. Xavier tried mentally freezing Juggernaut in place, keeping him from fully charging at Logan, but he could barely keep him at bay. Mystique tried to distract Xavier by attacking him, but was stopped by Nightcrawler, who engaged her in hand-to-hand. Meanwhile, while the X-Men were battling the Brotherhood, Cypher was busy fighting Magneto. Cypher was in his Lightning Kai mode, and was using his Venom Blast to throw lightning bolts at Magneto. Magneto quickly grabbed some cars off the street and used it to shield his body from the attack. Magneto lost sight of Cypher for a second, only to see a red fist break through his metal shield. Cypher had used the attack as a distraction to get closer to him. Cypher POV. I saw Magneto's eyes go wide in surprise as I drove my fist through the car and into his sternum. The blow was severely weakened, but judging by the way he held his stomach, it seemed that I managed to inflict some damage. Magneto hastily retreated and made some distance between us. Magneto held his stomach and growled, "Unless you think you can stop me." He raised his hands, summoning bits of metal from all over the street. Metal signs, street lamps, a mailbox, even pieces of concrete with metal rods in them. "Get out of my way." I gulped and watched as he rose into the air once more, his powers working overtime as they brought more and more metal pieces around him. He threw them at me and I leaped away just in time. I ran across building walls as debris came flying at me. My spider senses were tingling over and over. It took all my agility to jump away in time, bending in a way I didn't think possible. I began thinking of ways to counter Magneto's ability. He was a long-range fighter, that was quite obvious. But he'll be wary of a second surprise attack. Every time I tried and get closer to him, he'd move away and put more distance between us. I created portals to redirect his attacks back at him, but he merely redirected them back at me using his powers. I suddenly got an idea and decided to stop dodging and let a few metal shards hit me. I used my symbiote to halt my healing factor and laid there on the ground seemingly injured. "You are a powerful mutant, I'll admit, but at the end of the day you're still a naive child," Magneto said as he got closer to me. I muttered something and Magneto could barely hear me. He got even closer, trying to hear what I was saying. When he was close enough he heard. "You shouldn't have let your guard down." The illusion of myself suddenly disappeared and the real me appeared behind Magneto. Before he could react, I created a portal and kicked him through it. I followed and closed the portal behind me. Inside the mirror dimension, Magneto's eyes widened as he looked around. Everything just looked wrong. There was an eerie silence in this place. He couldn't put his finger on it. His surroundings were the same, but its visual appearance was distorted like a fractured mirror. Suddenly Magneto heard a bamf sound. A red demonic figure appeared, surrounded by a reddish cloud of smoke that oddly smelled like brimstone. The figure looked like a demon with red skin and a tail. He was haggard and had a desperate look on his face. The man looked like he hadn't eaten in a month and was moments away from insanity. Magneto prepared for an attack but was surprised by the man's condition. "Azazel, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing here?" "Ha ha ha, did he trap you here too?" "This cursed place, there is no escape from it." "You're trapped here with me, you fool," he said. "What are you talking about?" Magneto said. "He's talking about the mirror dimension, ever present but undetected. The real world isn't affected by what happens here. They heard from behind them. Azazel's eyes widened and with rage, he roared. You! Azazel! What are you doing here? I asked curiously. You trapped me here. He shouted. I took a few seconds to remember what he was talking about when I was suddenly hit with a realization. Shit, I forgot all about him. The mirror dimension is a prison for those without a sling ring. Although it could be accessed without one, a sling ring was ultimately required to leave it. He can teleport anywhere inside the mirror dimension, but never outside. I thought as I looked at my own ring. It seems I had made a mistake, but you did try to kill me. Tell you what. Stay out of this and I promise to get you out. I said. You expect me to stand back after you threw me in here and forgot about me? He said through gritted teeth. He then turned towards Magneto and said. I heard you were looking for Shaw. Help me kill this bastard and I'll tell where he is. He didn't even try looking for me after I disappeared, so as far as I am concerned he could die for all I care. That is certainly a tempting offer, but are you sure that's wise? You just said that you couldn't get out of here. Magneto said. I am sure I can get him to spill the beans. Either that or I could just search his corpse for a way out. Azazel said, eyeing my sling ring. Are you guys teaming up against me? Well, that's just not fair. I said. Still a naive child. Magneto snorted. I wasn't talking about me. I said. I suddenly hit the ground with my foot, creating a wave that ripples out. I twisted my hands, which caused the surrounding houses to tear in half. As it bent upside down, Magneto and Azazel were knocked off and plummeted thousands of feet down. Houses and streets started turning and twisting upside down. Magneto and Azazel landed on the side of a house. The entire world looked like it had rotated to a 90-degree angle. They watched as everything around them sank into a hole, then fractured. The whole world was split apart. This was a mistake. Magneto gasped as they looked at the floating and twisting buildings. Suddenly the building moved again, and they were falling once more. Azazel teleported himself to a ledge, but Magneto continued to fall. He tried using his powers, but he couldn't. His powers were connected to his physical well-being and his ability to focus. With an upward movement with my hand, the world suddenly stops. The twisting landscape turns upright, casting Magneto and Azazel down into the abstract space below. The swirling space compresses, even more, the world devolving into a disorienting Escher-like nightmare. Infinitely splitting until it resembles a kaleidoscope. Chapter end. I need more power. I want to be able to move worlds and shake them to their foundations. I want enough power in my hands to tear planets from the heavens and place them in a new sky. Stephen Strange, Earth 616. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Comment. 66 comments. Vote. Chapter 45, A New Player. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis. A /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy. *thud****. The sound of two bodies being thrown on the ground was heard. The X-Men had just finished up dealing with the Brotherhood. Callisto and Sabretooth were taken out early in the fight, while Multiple Man was beaten by Kitty. Only his head could be seen sticking out while the rest of his body was melded into the ground. Jean helped the professor in restraining Juggernaut using her telepathy. They managed to put him to sleep. Mystique was nowhere to be found, and Nightcrawler could be seen nursing a bruised face. "Wow, he actually beat Magneto," Nightcrawler said. "Oh, hey Kurt, guess what? Do you know who this guy is?" I said, pointing at Azazel. No. He answered. "Well, hate to break it to you buddy, but both your parents are villains and very much alive," I said. I took a second look at Azazel, who had his eyes rolled into the back of his head. "Kind of." I trailed off. "Hey, Mystique, I know you're still around somewhere. Probably disguised as a bird or something," I said. Not getting an answer back, I shrugged. "Oh well, suit yourself. Are you guys done here? If so, let's leave. Maybe find better company," I said, eyeing Xavier and Cyclops. Cyclops gritted his teeth, while Xavier sighed. The rest of the X-Men looked haggard by the fight and were nursing various injuries. I looked at the X-Men and the Brotherhood. "After what you've seen today, I want you to realize something. These aren't the only two options you guys have." I pointed at a passed-out Magneto and said, "As you can see, I am stronger and I am not afraid to do what it takes. I am starting my own meta-human team. If you join me, I am willing to offer you protection and opportunity at a normal life, and even employment if you wish so. I have brilliant scientists working around the clock, advanced technology, and even magic. If you don't want to be out in the field with the others, that's fine, you can always help in other ways. I will not judge you because of that choice. Just because violence doesn't agree with you doesn't make you any less than you are. Rogue. I heard you were having problems with your powers, I can help you fix that. Logan, if you want to find about your past, come to me, I can help you too," I said. I then looked towards the Brotherhood. "I won't preach peace and coexistence, as one could only live freely when one has enough strength. I can make you strong enough that you won't have to be ever afraid of being hunted down or made a victim," I said. I pointed towards the passed-out Magneto and Azazel. I already took away both of their powers. All of them looked at me, wide-eyed. I won't say that I fight for reasons like freedom, justice, or belief in the family pie or something. I did what I had to do to defend my friends and family. That's the only thing I care about, and that's what happens to people who threaten that. It's true, I can't sense their powers anymore, they feel like normal people," Callisto said. "Wait. Is it true? Can you really take away my powers? Can you cure me?" Rogue said. "Rogue. What are you doing? Are you really going to give up your powers?" Cyclops said. "I just want the chance to live a normal life," she said lowly. "Is that so bad?" Rogue. "Your powers are nothing to be ashamed of," Storm said. "You don't know the first thing about me or my powers," Rogue snapped, drawing her jacket closer around her. "If you'd put a boy into a coma for 2 weeks just by kissing him, you'd be ashamed, too. He woke up, didn't he? He's still alive and well," Storm said. "That's not the point," Rogue cried. "I'm dangerous and I can't do anything about it. I can't touch anyone. Not a kid that falls off his bike, not even just a brush of my finger against theirs. A single second, just a little touch, and I could kill them. You don't have any idea what that's like. And you think this is the answer to your prayers? Cyclops challenged haughtily. You can't change what you are, rogue. I'm not trying to, Rogue said hotly. I just want to be able to touch somebody without killing them. Kid, I won't tell you what to do. Just make sure you aren't doing this for some guy. Logan said. Logan was too observant sometimes. He could see through her in ways that no one else, not even the telepathic Professor Xavier, had ever been able to. But Logan had been wrong, or at least, he hadn't been entirely right, because it wasn't just about having a boyfriend. I am going to stop you right there. I said I would help you control your powers. Not take them away. Let's leave that as a last resort. If you still want to do it then, that's fine by me. I said. I looked towards the rest of the Brotherhood. Anybody else interested? I said. How much are you paying? Multiple Man piped up. Madrox. Are you going to betray us? Sabretooth shouted. No hard feelings, but I never really liked the whole superior species spiel. I was really in it for the money. Plus, I had nothing better to do. Now, that guy seems like my type of guy. A winner. Sabretooth growled in response, I am going to kill you. Multiple Man ignored him and said. Could you tell your little girlfriend to get me out of here? I've got gravel stuck in places I'd rather not mention. I gave Kitty a nod to let her know she can let him go. Moments later, she released him. He walked over to me and said. The name's James Madrox, but people call me Multiple Man. You still haven't told me how much you're paying. I am Cypher. And don't worry, you will be compensated handsomely. As long as you're loyal we won't have a problem. I said. I am joining you too. I turned to look at who said that and was surprised to see it was Callisto. Your side has an Omega class, and then there's you who I can't sense. I think I'll take my chances with you. Our leader seems to be indisposed at the moment. She said, eyeing Magneto. You bitch. Sabretooth shouted. Callisto sped over to me. So you're a speedster? I said. I can also sense mutants and their power levels. She said. That's certainly useful. I praised. The X-Men all settled down after that and decided to have a private conversation elsewhere. I spoke with Jean and Kitty and asked them about what they wanted to do. Jean told me she still had to train with the Ancient One. She could barely control the Phoenix and had to constantly focus on not losing control. Kitty told me that she talked to her parents and decided to apply for an early graduation. She was certainly smart enough to do it. I was secretly happy with their decisions, but noticed that they were still shaken up by today's fight. I comforted them and said, they're still your friends, that won't change. Go talk to them. They both gave me a smile and thanked me. They went and talked to their friends, while I talked to Callisto and Multiple Man. I have a mission for you guys. I want you to find me a metahuman in Siberia. He should be working at a farm. Contact me as soon as you find him. Don't make contact. Observe only. That's not much to go on, boss man. Siberia is a pretty big place. Madrox said. His last name is Rasputin. Here, this account has $1 million on it, this should cover it as far as mission expenses go. Just don't screw around and spend it all in one place. I said as I handed them a device. Is this mutant powerful? Callisto said. He's a potential alpha class. He can turn into metal. That's all I know. I said. I opened a portal straight to Russia, which seemed to surprise them. You have a week to find him. Madrox, leave a couple clones here. I said. My 2 newest recruits went through the portal, and I was left standing with Clone 1 and Clone 2. I want you to go and spread the word. There's a new player in town. Any mutants looking for work or sanctuary are welcome. But no criminals or repeat offenders, everybody's got to pull his own weight. Tell them they will have to sign a contract, and if they are too young to work, they'll have to go to school. I said. The clones gave me a nod and went to fulfill their mission. I then went and found Juggernaut lying on the ground, passed out. I started constructing a spell formula, and after I was finished, my hand glowed with the power. I closed my eyes and plunged my hand into his chest. The Juggernaut woke up screaming, which grabbed the X-Men's attention. I heard a shout. Stop! Don't kill him! Xavier shouted. I ignored him and continued what I was doing. A few seconds later, I pulled my hand out of the Juggernaut's body, and a glowing crimson gem could be seen in my hand. Juggernaut had finally stopped screaming and passed out again. His body started shrinking down and returned to normal human proportions. What kind of person do you think I am? I said. This gem can cause anyone that comes in contact with it to transform into Cyterax exemplar, the Juggernaut, a nearly unstoppable individual. Your own brother was being influenced by this gem. It was fused with his body. I've done what I can. He should return to normal in a few days. I said. Then how are you touching it? Jean said. I coated my hands with a sealing spell. I am not actually in contact with the gem. I said. After I was finished with what I was doing, I decided to return to the sanctum. The gem needed a stronger sealing matrix to contain it, and Jean needed to get back to the sanctum. After saying their goodbyes, Kitty decided to stay with her parents for a few days. The X-Men took Juggernaut, Sabretooth, Azazel and Magneto into custody, and would handle the after-battle cleanup. I opened a portal to the sanctum, and before I could leave with Jean, I heard. Wait. You said you'd help me. I turned to see Rogue rushing towards me and Jean. I'll be coming to the mansion in a couple of days. Don't worry, I don't break my promises. I said. Kitty told me you risked your life to save them, and that I could trust you. Can you really do it? Can you really help me control my powers? She said. In response, I poked her forehead with 2 fingers and said. You can count on me. Her eyes widened in surprise when I touched her forehead, and before she could say anything, I walked through the portal with Jean and arrived at the sanctum. Jean turned to me and with a smirk said. That was so lame. My face turned a bit red in embarrassment. Shut up, it was cooler in my head. Damn it. That's what I get for trying to act cool. Chapter end. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed today's chapter. As always, thank you guys for your support. This arc is about to end. I honestly can't wait until I start the Avengers arc. The team right now consists of Cypher, Jean, Kitty, Callisto and Multiple Man. Colossus should be great addition too. Tell me what you think of the lineup and if I should add or remove anybody else, before the skip. On another note, can you guys guess how Cypher managed to take away Magneto's and Azazel power? Your power upgrade. Where did it come from? Stephen Strange, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 91 comments. Vote. Chapter 46, Mother Russia. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy. Third person POV. Again. Again. Demanded a little voice echoing through the barn. I've already done it twice, little snowflake. An adolescent voice responded warmly. I don't care, I always like it when you're shiny and bright. Replied the childish voice. At that, 17-year-old Pyotr Rasputin smiled. He was so blessed to have a family that accepted him the way they did. His grandfather and grandmother knew what he was and loved him regardless, while his little sister Ilyana practically worshipped him. Presently, she was sitting in front of him on a pile of hay. Currently, she was watching the most entertaining treat she had. A demonstration of her brother's powers. They would do this once a week when Pyotr had the time. They would sneak into the barn and he would assume his steel form and proceed to lift a disused tractor in front of her. No matter how many times he did it, she never seemed to get tired of it. Okay, but just once more. With that, he lifted the large vehicle over his head one-handed while his little sister watched in awe. After that, he delicately put it down. You're so strong. She squealed. At that, he assumed his human form. Despite only being a teenager, he boasted a heavy muscular build that shamed most adult men, and much of it was on display. He was only wearing his pants, he couldn't risk his transformation destroying his clothes like it had done several times before. You're strong even when you're normal. Ilyana was only 10, but even she noticed how unusually big and strong Pyotr was. The young Russian boy for his part just sheepishly grinned. He walked over to where he had put his discarded boots and shirt and put them on. They were rather sweaty like he was. He had been helping his grandfather on the farm in the Siberian summer before going off to play with his sister. After he got dressed, he looked at his little sister and smiled apologetically. I have to go back to the farm to help Papa, little one. She looked glum at that, but she cheered up when he added, we'll play later, I have another painting for you. With that, she smiled and ran outside. He quickly ran along with her. Two figures emerged from the darkness. Is that him? He definitely fits the description. He said. Yes, it's him. His sister is a mutant too, but still unawakened. She said. Sweet, do you think we'll get a bonus for finding a second one? Sigh asterisk. Is that all you care about? Money. Hey. I'll have you know that I am a very deep person. I am full of ideas and thoughts. More like full of shit. She said. Well, that too. He said with a smirk. The two figures left the farm and went to town to get a few drinks at the local bar. His name is Pyotr Nikolaevich Rasputin. We did a bit of investigating. It seems his superhuman powers manifested recently while saving his sister from a runaway tractor. Callisto said over the phone. Keep watching him, I'll pay him a visit later tonight. Doug said. Do you need us with you? Callisto said. No, it's fine. You can head on back home with Madrock after I get there. Just make sure to keep him in check, and don't draw too much attention. Doug said. Whatever you say, boss. I'll be waiting for my reward when I get back. Callisto said. The call ended after that, and Doug had a weird feeling about the way she said reward. He didn't give it much thought though and quickly dismissed it. He didn't have time for such thoughts. Astordinsky Collective, Siberia. Later that night I instructed Callisto and Madrox to set the device I gave them in a hidden location. The device activated and took a three-dimensional scan of the environment. I used the danger room's capabilities to recreate my destination and used a portal to teleport there. Damn, that's useful. I heard as soon as I arrived. I turned to see Callisto and Madrox standing by the entrance. Madrox had smirk on his face, while Callisto looked tense. Thank God you're finally here. I am not sure how much more of him I can take. Madrox has been getting on my nerves. She said, pointing her finger towards Madrox. It's all right, you can head back home. I'll open a portal back. I said. They went through the portal back to America, and I was left alone. I decided to fly the rest of the way there, while invisible. I eventually arrived and flew down, landing in a wheat field. I made my way unseen over to the house. I briefly scanned around and waited another 5 minutes, then moved in, hopping over the privacy wall around the small garden at the back of the cottage, and made my way to the back door. I knew someone was still awake because I could see a few lights inside. I hoped to put them at ease quickly, yet didn't want any of their neighbors see me coming in. I rapped gently on the door, then deactivated my invisibility. I didn't have to wait long and soon the door opened. I had to crane my neck upwards to stare into the face of a man who was almost as tall as the Juggernaut, yet had a more streamlined body type. Good grief, you're a tall one, aren't you? The surprised comment seemed to startle the big man, who had looked both fearful and defiant when he opened the door, and he blinked. You would not be the first one to say so, he said, staring at me. You do not seem to be from the government. Who are you? What brings you here in the middle of the night? I shrugged. I didn't want any of your neighbors to see me knocking on your door. As to why I'm here, may I come in? It's not something we should be discussing outside. No threats, the man said, chuckling a little now. Most definitely not from the government. You can come in, I suppose. But no, I will be watching you. I took a moment, as I was ushered inside, to study him further. Not only was Piotr taller than me, he was fit, with the kind of build you get when you have to work from dawn to dusk. Heavy shoulders, powerful arms, with the rest of his body similarly developed. He had short cropped black hair. He wore simple and durable clothing, which fit the environment of the farming community. His eyes, deep set into a face that had been in all sorts of weather, were blue. Piotr led me into a small kitchen, which had an equally small table set in the center of it, on the other side of which sat a very elderly couple. The elderly man looked almost as big as the younger man, although he was now stooped with age, and his hair, equally short and grey, could be seen in his hair. The woman next to him was elderly as well, and, though she didn't seem to have been out in the sun as much as he, but she was stooped as well. Both of them wore simple clothing, as well, in dark colors. They were both also clearly worried and stared at me as if I was some kind of dangerous animal. My name is Cypher and I just want to talk. That government never wants to just talk, the old man said bitterly. I replied simply. I'm not from the government. That seemed to startle them, and, while his grandparents looked at me rather dubiously, Piotr frowned thoughtfully. As I said before, you do not carry yourself like a government man with their arrogance and sneering contempt for all. You carry yourself with something else, confidence perhaps. You're not from Russia at all, are you? I smiled slightly. No, I am not, I am American. I am here to talk to you. Something has happened recently, hasn't it? Something has awoken inside you. And you are worried because you know the government's response to such things, such mutations. I am concerned about it. Pyotr said, waving his grandmother to silence when she opened her mouth. But I am not so concerned as to talk about such to someone who has not yet told me why he is here. Pyotr said. Bravely spoken. I replied with a smile. To be honest, I'm here to see if I can convince you to come with me. I am starting a meta-human academy, where they can learn to use and control their powers and, of course, further their own education in a safe environment. The phrase further their own education made the grandmother perk up noticeably, and she exchanged a glance with her husband. And how would I pay for this? Pyotr was rather skeptical of this man who had appeared out of nowhere. First, I should tell you that you won't be the first one I've recruited. I have several others who are helping me and you'll meet them later on if you agree to join us. Yet, to start, I am a metahuman as well. My metahuman power isn't combat-oriented. Though it's helpful for me. Because I am using it right now. I am also a magic user. I said as I constructed a spell formula with my hand. There was a gasp from the hallway, and all of the people around the table turned in that direction. I cocked an eyebrow at Pyotr, who frowned for a moment then sighed. My sister, Ilyana. I nodded and Pyotr raised his voice. You know you should not be eavesdropping. A moment later a young girl of around 10 or so shuffled in, looking a little sheepish. She had blonde hair down to her shoulders and was wearing an obviously hand-me-down nightgown. Her face was pretty, in a little girl way, and her eyes were bright blue, twinkling with interest over a small, expressive mouth twisted into a pout, at the moment. There was something about the girl, something that made my senses alert, yet I couldn't figure out what and merely smiled gently at her. Hello little one. I said. Shouldn't you be in bed? The girl pouted a little at this even as her grandparents chuckled and Pyotr nodded his head firmly. Yes, she most certainly should be. Ilyana, what are you even doing up? I heard voices and came to see what was going on. She said, then stared at me. Are you really a magician? Yes. I am what you would call a sorcerer. I answered with a smile. I waited while Pyotr picked up his younger sister and put her gently in his lap. Look, I am not trying to sell you something, though in time I might. I am putting together a team to help protect metahumans all over the world over as well as face other threats. But joining us will be your personal decision. The schooling is free, I went on, looking around at the family, as is the relocation of your family to America if you wish so. I said. America. They all said, in surprise. America, Pyotr said. Really? Really? I said, laughing at Pyotr's face. Pyotr frowned faintly. The idea of going off and leaving his grandparents to care for his sister had not appealed to him at all, which was what would have happened if the government had come to take him away, so that aspect was a major draw. Both of his parents had died years ago. His father had died during one of the communist government's last gasps at foreign expansion, and his mother had died when Ilyana was only a baby, a few months after his older brother was chosen to become a cosmonaut. It had been just him and his grandparents for so long, working the communal farm with Piotr doing the majority of the work assigned to their family for years now. Yet at the same time, he was aware of the fact that his family could be used as hostages for his good conduct. I laughed a little, looking at Piotr. I'm not going to use your family against you or anything like that, if that's what you're worried about, I said. And before Piotr could gasp in surprise, I said, no, I didn't read your mind, but your face is an open book when it comes to your emotions, and you were looking in their direction, seemingly very worried. Ilyana and his grandparents all chuckled and Piotr looked down, slightly abashed. He was not good at hiding his feelings, his thoughts yes, but not his emotions. I stopped chuckling quickly and went on. Seriously, I'm not going to coerce you into anything. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you and your family. As I said, eventually you may wish to join the team I'm putting together, but that will be your choice. I will not pressure you into it. Training in your powers is what I offer, as well as continued education up to and including college if your grades are good enough. If they're not, I can help you find a job or hire you myself eventually. I have quite a few rods in the fire at the moment, all of whom could use people. And are all of them supposed to help mutant kind? Piotr said. They are supposed to all help humanity. I shrugged. Helping metahumans is part and parcel of what I'm doing, but eventually, I hope that the entire world will benefit from what I'm doing eventually. But can you honestly say you like the way meters are being treated, here or abroad? It is becoming a larger issue every month as more and more meters discover their powers. Piotr frowned, leaning back and scratching his chin, as he thought. During this momentary silence, Ilyana spoke up eagerly. So what can you do with magic? Can you fly? Do you have a broom? All the witches and wizards in the old stories carry brooms, like old Baba Yaga. Can you transform into a bear? I laughed, shaking my head. I can do quite a lot with my magic, I said, pointing a finger at her. Suddenly Ilyana started floating in the air. The girl giggled and spread her arms wide. Piotr looked at his family and smiled faintly, but I went on before he could speak. I can fly, yes. As to transforming into a bear, I can't change my form like that, but I can use illusion magic. I casted an illusion of a dancing bear, which startled them a bit. They soon started chuckling over how ridiculous it looked. Piotr shook his head, amused. Doug came off as human above all else, personable and open in a way that no one from the government could ever be. Will your offer for schooling apply to Ilyana as well? Of course, I replied. We'll probably have to bring in a special tutor for her. I will be setting up more for secondary level schooling, since most meta powers activate during or after puberty. Or maybe Ilyana can go to school nearby, it's not certain yet. But she and your grandparents will, of course, be living with you. I'll even set you guys up with a whole floor and several servants. Your grandparents won't have to do anything, I said. Both the grandparents nodded, they liked that idea. Sitting down and ordering young people around all day sounded like an excellent plan. Piotr also nodded his head. I will agree, I would like to be able to practice and be able to control my meta powers better. Since it activated, I can only recall it for a few minutes. But other than that, I am uncertain if I would be willing to fight, though we will see. I nodded. In that case I would suggest you all pack, and we will be on our way. How are we going to get there? Ilyana said, piping up again. I chuckled, then waved my fingers in the little girl's face. Marajitik. Ilyana smacked my hand aside, pouting a little, and I chuckled even more. with Piotr and the others joining him. About 10 minutes later Piotr was ready to go, though Ilyana and his grandparents were still gathering their keepsakes. 20 minutes later his grandparents finished putting together their few valuables and family keepsakes, while Ilyana ran upstairs to grab a few articles of clothing and pictures as well as the one stuffed animal that she had, a very battered and elderly stuffed bear. "Are you all ready?" I said. They all nodded their heads in affirmation. I started waving my hands and created a portal that led to one of the floors I had above my secret base. They all went through the portal, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Chapter end. Next chapter will be a time skip and the start of the MCU arc. So stay tuned for more. P.S. Big shout out to author of A Third Path to the Future. Go check out his fic on fanfiction.com. It's best to save your gloating, Thunder God, until the battle is over. Pyotr Rasputin, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 72 comments. Vote. Chapter 47, Not an Iron Man. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid Why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy. I spent my time either researching or working on getting my company up and running. I sent Callisto and Madrox on multiple missions to recruit any metahumans they could find. I needed a workforce for my company, and these people needed stable and secure lives. It was a win-win in my book. It didn't hurt that they were extremely grateful. It made them more loyal and willing to work harder. I had Sophie and Diana buy out several companies, all under the name of Cypher Solutions. It was easier to buy established companies rather than start from scratch. I also had them invest in stocks and various other successful businesses. I spent my time reading and experimenting, holed up in my lab. I now had the branches I sought, some being other companies which I bought and brought under the Cypher Solutions banner. I needed a large amount of hardware and material imports and some other tools to finally begin the type of production I had in mind, which wouldn't be until the end of this year if all the acquisitions went well. For now, I've been shipping out a large assortment of digital services for the budding smartphone and rapidly growing internet market. Of course, one step at a time. The current hardware specs on the current devices made it so that I couldn't put out the really powerful stuff. That would soon change as time passed and more technology discoveries were made available to the public. Time passed as I learned the intricacies of running a company. I registered the company as a tech company and expand into various fields. The company developed, manufactured, licensed, and sold computer software, consumer electronics, personal computers, smartphones, and related services. Our best-known software products were the Cypher S line of operating systems and web browsers. We even sold flagship hardware products like the Codex video game console, holographic personal computers, and the Cypher X smartphones. Cypher Solutions ranked number 7 in the 2010 Fortune 500 rankings of the largest United States corporations by total revenue. It was also considered the world's largest software maker by revenue as of 2010 and was considered one of the domestic Big 5 technology companies. Things were going fine on the business side of things. Sophie was utilizing her enormous computing capacity for managing the company. She also created several autonomous AI that could do simple tasks such as customer service and troubleshooting. On the magical side of things, I have been expanding my knowledge. I was looking into interdimensional travel and researching different dimensions. I wanted to create my own dimension, or at least own one. It turned out that I'd either need to be on the level of a cosmic being, or I'd have to steal it by killing a cosmic-level entity. There was always the option of acquiring an unclaimed one, but they were difficult to find. I have been researching Cypher's gem to learn more about it, and the thought of touching it and gaining a ridiculous amount of power was appealing. I'd essentially become unstoppable, but the trade-off was I'd be unable to use magic. The trade-off simply wasn't worth it. After I got Piotr and his family settled in their new home, I enrolled both him and his sister in schools in New York. I had Sophie hack into the US Citizenship and Immigration Services and got them their citizenship. Piotr had a bit of a tough time adjusting to life in a big city. He was used to the peace and quiet of the countryside. Ilyana, on the other hand, took to it like fish to water. I used telepathy to give them both the ability to speak English, but Piotr strangely retained a heavy Russian accent. I intended to use the building above my secret base as a place where my allies and friends can have their families and not worry about their safety. I gave the same offer to Kitty and her parents. I offered them both a job at my company and convinced them the apartment was just part of the signing bonus. I wanted to ask Jean too, but I was still unsure about Jean's relationship with her parents. Although judging by how she hardly mentioned them, I was guessing it wasn't that good. Years passed since I started my company. It was now 2010. I was one of the richest men alive and was known worldwide. The events of Iron Man 1 already happened a couple of years ago. I didn't want to interfere with them too much, since there was no point in doing so. This year was going to be different though. It was time I introduced myself to the world. My Metahuman Academy was a success. Metahumans were trained to control their powers and given the necessary skills to survive in the real world. Jean had finished her training with the Ancient One and could safely channel 15% of the Phoenix's power for a few hours and 30% for a few minutes. Considering how powerful the Phoenix was, that was considered an enormous amount. At 70% she could potentially destroy a planet and at 100% probably a whole galaxy. Kitty was officially taken in as an apprentice by Master Mordo. Her close combat ability and her ability to turn intangible made her a fearsome foe. She gained the ability to channel eldritch magic into weapons, shields, or spells. She primarily used this ability to conjure weapons and shields on the fly during combat. She could also open portals using a sling ring, but she required immense focus to do it and it was only usable for travel. Piotr was put through the ringer by me and Shanghai, whom I was finally able to convince to work as a martial arts instructor at my Metahuman Academy. Shanghai taught him various martial arts suitable for his size like Judo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Aikido. I helped him with his powers. It turned out he didn't actually turn to steel. He could convert the tissues of his entire body into an organic, steel-like substance. This substance resembling steel is of unknown composition, but appeared to be analogous to osmium and carbon steel. The conversion from flesh and bone to organic steel was accomplished by a Schnick whole brain interface with an ionic form of osmium, an extremely dense metal, located in another dimension. In willing the act of transformation, Piotr actually exchanges osmium atoms for his carbon atoms. The Schnick interface with the other dimension recreates all of his body in functionally similar organic ionic osmium materials. This confirmed my theory about how some metahumans were magical in nature. The X gene was essentially a cheat code that could access different dimensions depending on the nature of their powers. It was the only explanation I could come up with. How else would you explain a man turning into metal without dying? As I was walking down the street with these thoughts in my head, I noticed a swarm of people down the block. They seemed to be looking through a glass window. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a closer look. As I got closer, I managed to catch a part of what was being shown. It's a weapon, Mr. Stark. Please, if your priority was actually the well-being of the American citizen, Tony said. It seems that the events of Iron Man 2 had already started. I watched as Tony made a fool of Senator Stern, and used their blatant attempt at stealing his suit as an opportunity to belittle and mock the committee at every chance he got. My priority is to get the Iron Man weapon turned over to the people of the United States of America, Senator Stern said. Well, you can forget it. I am Iron Man. The suit and I are one. To turn over the Iron Man suit would be to turn over myself, which is tantamount to indentured servitude or prostitution, depending on what state you're in. You can't have it, Tony said. Look, I'm no expert, Stern said. In prostitution? Of course not. You're a senator. Come on. People started laughing at his joke, even I felt amused. It wasn't every day one would get a chance to watch a US senator getting mocked on live TV. I'm no expert in weapons. We have somebody here who is an expert on weapons. I'd now like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor, Stern said. Let the record reflect that I observed Mr. Hammer entering the chamber, and I am wondering if and when any actual expert will also be in attendance, Tony said. This went on for a bit, as Tony took every opportunity to utterly humiliate them. They eventually cut the feed, after Tony decided to hack them and exposed all their dirty laundry. He showed various countries attempting to build their own combat suits, ending it with a video showing Hammer's so-called expertise testing his own version of the Iron Man suit. I chuckled at Tony's antics, and decided to head home. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter end. It's finally here, guys, the dreaded time skip. There's a lot more to be said about what happened over the last few years. It will all be explained over the next few chapters. So stay tuned. As always, thank you guys for your support, and I hope you're enjoying the story. Home. Stalking in the dark, striking fear into your enemies seems to have a kind of primal appeal. 10/10. Highly recommended. Would do again. Tony Stark, Earth 616. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 48, Iron Ego. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid Why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. P.S. Merry Christmas everyone. Enjoy, winking smiley. I leaned backward on the bar as the crowd cheered and cheered, watching the fireworks shoot up. Everyone was waiting for the man of the hour to drop down from the sky. I really didn't even want to go to the expo opening, but Kitty found out that I, of course, could get us in, so she begged me until I gave in. She also got Jean to come. She went shopping for dresses and even got her hair and makeup done for the event. Kitty wore a patterned rose-colored dress that the Vogue stylist said gave her grey eyes some color. Jean wore a short blue off-the-shoulder dress that made her red hair pop. I looked up and saw Iron Man flying down from the sky. He flew down and landed on the stage, and the crowd lost their shit. An American flag was on the screen, the lights and fireworks went off, and girls dressed in sexy Iron Man-inspired outfits started dancing. I groaned. Jean and Kitty busted out laughing. Tony stood there in his armor, looking around, arms wide. The robots came up from the stage floor to take the suit off, and he grinned and bowed. As he waved and pointed to the crowd, the girls finished the dance and came up to him, posing. "Oh, it's good to be back," he said, giving the crowd a good show. "You miss me?" Someone in the crowd screamed at him, "Blow something up." People laughed. I downed my drink, wishing he really would blow something up. Sigh asterisk. "Come on, he's not that bad," Jean said. I snorted. "You're right, he's worse." Kitty giggled a bit. "Are you still mad about that?" I didn't answer, which led to them laughing even more. My mind drifted to the first time I ever met Tony. 1 month ago. I was attending one of those rich people fundraiser parties, and I had Jean and Kitty with me. I wasn't going at first but was talked into it by my PR team. Apparently, I was starting to develop a reputation for being a reclusive, mysterious billionaire, which was detrimental to my image. I should fire them, I stated. "Come on, they're right you now. We barely get to see you anymore. You're either holed up in your lab or studying that strange crystal you took out of Juggernaut," Kitty said. "It's called the Gem of Cytroke. You should know this stuff by now. How can you call yourself a sorcerer?" I said. She snorted. "Who knew you'd have to study so much to do magic? Spending hours on end studying archaic texts. Surrounded by dusty old fossils. Don't let Mordo hear you say that," Jean said. I chuckled a bit and continued drinking and talking to the girls. My presence was drawing a lot of attention. It wasn't often that one of the richest men alive was out and about, with 2 knockout beauties. I really should get out more, I thought to myself, noticing how many people were staring. There was suddenly a large commotion and my attention was drawn by a rather large crowd. I looked towards the entrance and found Tony Stark moving through the crowd, meeting and greeting people. His assistant, Pepper, was with him as well as his bodyguard and best friend Happy Hogan. I noticed how he was moving towards us. He was certainly good with working a crowd. "I should warn you, he's likely to hit on you, either, or, possibly both at once," I said. Jean allowed a slight frown to appear on her face, while Kitty still had an excited look on her face. "Well, too damn bad for him. Playboys with goatees are not my cup of tea," Jean said. It didn't take long before they came up to where we were sitting. "Douglas Ramsey, a pleasure," said Pepper, holding out one hand gesturing with the other to Tony. "May I introduce Tony Stark?" Tony was a man in his early 30s, spare of frame and in relatively good shape since. He had a goatee and a small mustache and wore a very expensive Armani suit like a second skin, and all in all, looked the perfect image of a rich playboy. His eyes however were bright with intelligence, and they seemed to glitter as he bowed over Jean's hand grandly. "And who is this lovely lady?" he said. "Jean Grey." Nice to meet you, Mr. Stark. I have heard a lot about you. Jean said. All good things, I hope. He said. Hi. I'm Kitty Pride. Kitty excitedly said. Oh, another lovely lady. He said. Noticing I was starting to get annoyed at being ignored and his blatant flirting. Pepper interrupted. Tony's personal assistant Pepper was very good, and under her management, the company had slowly begun to change from a primarily weapons manufacturing company into a high-tech consumer goods company. For his part, Tony was rather taken with the two young ladies in front of him. It was obvious he was completely out of touch with his company. Oh, so you're New York's second most eligible bachelor. Douglas Ramsey. You're certainly very young. He said. Well, this is the future, Mr. Stark. People are always looking for what's newer and better. I said. Well, newer doesn't always mean better. Sometimes if you want something reliable, you go with something tested and more trusted. Something you know that works. He said. What are you implying, Mr. Stark? Are you saying my products are second-rate? You must have me confused with Justin Hammer. Not all your competitors are mumbling idiots. I said. He chuckled a bit. You're not wrong, he does mumble. No, I am not implying your products are second-rate. We just make them better, that's all. I snorted. Yeah, at triple the price. That's why most people go for the Cypher X instead of a Stark phone. We don't skimp out and buy cheap materials to keep cost down. Quality over quantity and all that, but I am sure that's a new concept for you. He said. I was about to go off on him and give him a piece of my mind, but was interrupted by his assistant. Gentlemen, let's keep this civil. Why don't I go and get us all a few drinks? She said. Pepper then went and got us all a few drinks. She chatted with Jean and Kitty for a bit. Tony was busy talking to a reporter, but it was more flirting than talking. I was left with Happy Hogan. Your boss is certainly interesting. I said. He gets a little competitive sometimes, but he means well. He said. Could have fooled me. I snorted. We stayed at the party for a bit. I talked to Pepper and found out that she was trying to get a meeting with me for a while now. Although Cypher Solutions and Stark Industries were competitors. Stark Industries focused more on manufacturing hardware, while Cypher Solutions was primarily a software tech company with a few flagship products. We talked business for a while and scheduled an appointment for further talks. Back to the present. Tony. 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 I missed you too. Blow something up. I already did that. I'm not saying that the world is enjoying its longest period of uninterrupted peace in years because of me. I'm not saying that from the ashes of captivity, never has a greater metaphor been personified in human history. Tony said. People cheering Tony. Jean almost choked on her drink. Kitty and I couldn't stop laughing. He continued his speech. Please, it's not about me. It's not about you. It's not even about us. It's about legacy. It's about what we choose to leave behind for future generations. And that's why for the next year and for the first time since 1974, the best and brightest men and women of nations and corporations the world over will pool their resources, share their collective vision, to leave behind a brighter future. It's not about us. Therefore, what I'm saying, if I'm saying anything, is welcome back to the. A few days later, I was at the base training with Jean in the danger room. We had gotten closer over the years, but never really took the leap. She still had some trust issues and was wary of getting into a relationship. She was in constant fear of losing control and was still apprehensive. I think she was still traumatized by that time she lost control and still hasn't forgiven herself over what happened. Monaco happened a few days ago. I watched on TV as Whiplash took on Tony only to get knocked out. I also heard about the birthday party he threw for himself. His behavior was becoming more and more destructive as the days went by. He was acting like a man who only had a few days to live. I could have simply gone to Russia and picked up Vanko before the events of Iron Man 2, but unfortunately some events needed to happen. It just meant I'd have to make sure no one died. Things were about to get busy this week. Sophie informed me that Tony already discovered Howard Stark's hidden element, which Tony dubbed Badicium. He was currently building his Iron Man armor Mark 6 in preparation for tomorrow night's expo. Dr. Bruce Banner was also spotted at Culver University and reports of an unidentified satellite in New Mexico were reported 2 days ago. After I finished my training session with Jean, we went to the lounge to relax for a bit. I had Diana make a call and patch it through my earpiece. Mardox, I need you and Callisto to go to New Mexico. I've got a new mission for you guys. Is it another metahuman? He asked me. No, this time I need you guys to keep an eye on a god. I said. Silence asterisk. What? He said. I'll send you the details. Surveillance only. If anything big happens, let me know right away. I said. Boss, wait, what do? I hanged up and called Peter. Colossus. I have got a mission for you. Take Kitty with you and portal to Culver University. I need you to keep an eye on Dr. Bruce Banner. If he turns green, don't interfere unless absolutely necessary. I said. What do you mean turn green? He asked, confused. You'll know it when you see it. I'll send you the details. I said. Anything else? He asked. Yes, no matter what happens, don't make him angry. I said. I then turned to Jean. How would you like to go to the Stark Expo with me? I asked, her head whipped up to look at me with a grin. I'll take that as a yes. Chapter end. Living as a mortal, abiding by the civilized laws of Migardath tamed me. Here and for Irma does that affliction end. Thor Odinson, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 68 comments. Vote. Chapter 49, Killer Droids. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. A /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. P.S. Happy New Year everyone. Enjoy, winking smiley. We reached the expo using a portal, and I immediately cast an illusion to hide us both. We got just in time to see the main attraction. An exclusive press release by Hammer Tech in the Stark Expo main auditorium. I was in my suit, which looked like the Spider-Man 2099 white suit, including clawed fingers, arm spikes, and lacked visible eye lenses. The suit had circuit markings all over it, which gave it a more futuristic and otherworldly look. The symbiote responded to my thoughts and my mask came down. I looked towards Jean. Jean's suit looked like the Dark Phoenix's Jean Grey. She wore a burgundy trench coat and had a hood to hide her bright red hair. She also wore a half mask to hide her features. The black undersuit and the trench coat were made out of a vibranium/Kevlar mesh. It was completely bulletproof and could stop high-caliber bullets and absorb high-energy blasts. Soon the event began with Justice Hammer taking center stage. He danced onto the stage, which caused Jean and me to cringe. He gave a long-winded speech about how he was better than Tony. He then introduced them, the Hammer drones. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, each unit had 8 drones. And then he brought out the War Machine unit. Everyone cheered at the Patriot appearance. I just told Jean to get ready. And then suddenly, Iron Man came flying in and people lost their shit. They cheered for him. Tony was whispering something to Rhodes and suddenly all hell broke loose. The drones fired their guns at Iron Man, who flew away from the stage to prevent human casualties. The glass top of the expo broke apart, showering the audience with glass. The illusion broke as soon as we started moving. Phoenix! I shouted. On it! She yelled back. Jean used her telekinesis to hold all the pieces of glass and debris that would have fallen on the crowd. The rest of the drones slowly made their way down the platform and into the crowd. They didn't seem to be focused on killing people. But in their fight with Tony, people were bound to get hurt. A Navy drone noticed me first and fired a heavy machine gun round at me, which I dodged. I could have just let them hit me, but I didn't want to let anyone know bullets won't hurt me. I got close to the drone and used my claws to cut his hand off. Then, without wasting time, I stabbed his chest and destroyed its arc reactor. By now, the drones had noticed me and Jean, who had used her telekinesis to destroy 2 drones. They started ignoring people in favor of us, which is what I'd wanted. I started attacking with double the speed while dodging bullets and rockets from the drones and destroyed the arc reactor for each drone. Jean used schnick blasts and tore each drone apart. Destroy their energy sources, they're rigged to blow, I said. She gave me a nod and hit the drones' chests with enough force to shatter the power source as well as their joints. SHIELD has been notified of this event. Black Widow is heading to the secondary location, to try and secure the hacker who has taken control of the drones. Sophie's voice interrupted. It's probably Vanko, send her a text to be careful. We'll be dealing with the drones, I said, while looking for more drones to destroy. We had collectively destroyed only 12 drones and I could see 6 more. I know the Air Force drones went after Tony, so there had to have been 24 drones on the ground. I saw another drone point his hand blasters at a kid wearing an Iron Man mask, who puts his hands up pretending to blast the drone. I take that moment to web the boy and bring him towards me while simultaneously throwing a severed drone's arm at the drone's chest. As the drone falls down, I look at the kid and examine him to make sure he's okay. Miles. A female voice interrupts me from my musing, and I see an attractive black woman come towards me. Ha! So this is Miles Morales. He's still young, about 9 to 10. You should get out of here. This place is about to blow. Don't stay near any of those fallen robots. I tell them and speed away to destroy another drone. I go from drone to drone and destroy their arc reactors. I even plucked out a few of the repulsors to study. They might not be the real thing, but they were replicas of Stark tech. I hide it within myself for convenience. I saw Jean giving me a curious look. I just shrugged in response. Sigh more stealing. I heard Sophie. I am not doing this for free, you know, it's Tony's mess. I am just fixing it, I said. Within 15 minutes, all the drones in our vicinity were destroyed. I check in the HUD to see if I have anything else incoming but don't find anything, so I let my guard down for a bit. There were 2 blips on my screen, about a mile away from me, which was probably Iron Man and War Machine nearby. I am going to see if Tinkan and his buddy need any help. Wanna come? I asked. I don't think anybody died, but a lot of people got hurt. I'll be staying here to help whoever I can, she said. Shield will be here soon, so don't stay too long. Also, these drones may have multiple bombs in them. It's still not safe, so be careful, I said. She gave me a nod and went to help the injured people. I headed towards the park where Iron Man and War Machine were about to have a fight. I arrived just in time to see the 2 of them arguing about where to stand before the drones landed and the 2 lowered their visors. The drones started firing at them as Tony fired his repulsor beams, while Rhodes fired his guns. Tony kneed a drone hard, shattering it before punching another and throwing another away as Rhodes continued firing and Tony punched 2 more away. A drone fired a missile at him and he leaned sideways to dodge before firing 3 missiles that embedded into the 3 drones and destroyed them. Rhodes continued firing and kicking the drones as Tony punched them around before asking Rhodes to duck as he fired palladium-powered lasers from the back of his hands. In a rotatory motion, the lasers cut all the drones into 2 and some trees as well. Sophie told me another drone with a higher repulsor signature was headed towards us. The Whiplash armor, Mark II landed near them and the visor removed to reveal Ivan Vanko brandishing his electrical whips. Rhodes fired the ex-wife but it didn't gain enough energy before hitting his suit, only to fall down and fizzle out. The one thing of his that worked and even that didn't work, Rhodes said. That's hammer tech for ya, Tony said. Tony fired some missiles as Ivan's visor came down and he defended himself before swinging his whips as the 2 flew off to avoid. Rhodes fired at him but Ivanko cut off his big gun. Tony flew up but he wrapped the whip around his leg and smashed him into a rock. Rhodes fired again with his minigoons as Tony flew into him but was thrown away. Ivanko wrapped his whip around Rhodes and pulling him closer, punched him off as Tony leapt at him with a roar and punched him. He punched twice before being headbutted back and blown away. I sighed, this is pathetic, they're not ready for the big leagues. I jumped in and deactivated my invisibility to offer some help. When I landed between them it caught the both of them off guard. I cut Rhodes loose, freeing him from Ivanko's whiplash and jumped with him away, landing beside Tony. Who are you? Get out of here, it's dangerous, Tony said. Relax, Mr. Stark. I saw that you 2 might need some help, so I'm here to offer my assistance, I said while looking at the dead missile on the floor. Seeing what I was talking about, Tony laughed while Rhodey just grumbled in embarrassment. After Iron Man was done laughing, he looked towards me again. You want to help? Who are you anyway? Don't tell me you're from the future and you're here to stop my death or something, he said jokingly, after seeing my futuristic-looking suit. Well, how about I get rid of this guy first and then we can continue talking about this, I said, slightly caught off guard by his statement. Hearing me say this, Iron Man was surprised, but Whiplash was angered. He sent a punch toward me with the suit's full power. Watch out, Tony shouted. Rhodes tried to get me out of the way, but to his surprise I ran towards the punch. I sent out a punch infused with Chi to meet his, but this only caused for the suit's arm to shatter to smithereens. Iron Man and War Machine were surprised, but Whiplash was completely terrified. Ivanko tried using his left arm and tried hitting me with his Whiplash. I merely raised my right arm in response and the Whiplash wrapped around it. He smirked and said, "I've got you now." Recognizing the threat I posed, Ivanko diverted most of the power in his suit to his Whiplash, probably trying to electrocute me to death. I heard shouting telling me to let go. I decided to play a little prank on Ivanko and pretended to struggle getting free. Millions of volts went through my body. I screamed and shouted in pain. Ivanko kept the electricity going for a few more seconds. He started laughing maniacally. "Now then, with the freak dead, it's your turn." My screams soon turned to laughter. "Stop! Stop! It tickles." Everyone was shocked and frozen in shock over what they were seeing. A man in a futuristic-looking suit was doubled over, holding his stomach and laughing. Whilst being electrocuted by millions of volts of electricity, I began absorbing the electricity into my body. Ivanko, in a desperate attempt, tried pouring even more power into the Whiplash. It eventually ran out juice and I was left there standing with a satisfied look on my face. I looked towards him and said, "My turn." I pulled the Whiplash and grabbed his other arm and ripped it off. Similar to the arms, I did the same thing to his legs. Now it was just the man in the torso weighing him down on the ground. Seeing that he was now immobile, I turned to Iron Man. "This was fun, we should do this again sometime." This guy was not enough for me to even use my full strength. "Call me next time when you have something bigger," I said. I threw a card which had a number they could contact me on in case of emergency towards Iron Man. Unfortunately, he looked like he had shut down. Rhodes caught the card instead after it bounced off Iron Man's armor. He turned the card and saw that it had a phone number on it. The other side of the card had the name Enigma on it. Anyway, I should go. There are people to save and bad guys stop. See you later, Mr. Stark. Later, Rhodes, I said. As I finished saying this, I jumped and swung away. Sophie told me S.H.I.E.L.D. was coming our way. So I decided it would be better if I talked to him another time. I picked Jean up on my way and opened a portal back to my base away from prying eyes. Chapter end. Hey, kids. Sing with me. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. My fists hash dollar and up Saber-Toother's face, pound, pound, pound. Pound, pound, pound. Cats go meow meow meow. Don't be a Deadpool, stay in school. Deadpool, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 50, Aftermath. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid Why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy winking smiley. The next morning in the news they report that Justin Hammer was arrested for working with a known terrorist. Was attacked by the drones which were to be presented by Justin Hammer to the US Armed Forces, when they turned on Iron Man and started attacking everyone indiscriminately. The Air Forces were taken care of by the pair of Iron Man and War Machine, piloted by Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. While the ground forces were destroyed by two mysterious individuals, the man was dressed in a futuristic white and red alien suit, while the woman wore a scarlet hooded coat. Both of these pairs were reported trying to distract the drones from the running crowd to prevent casualties. Several sources and eyewitness reports claim to have seen them destroy the drones using superpowers. Police reports state that 10 people died by bullets, while some were trampled to death. 50 people were injured by falling glass as well as in mass panic. Reporting 4. I turn off the TV and look at Jean's solemn face. I was upset too. When I'd seen the movie, I didn't even imagine people could have died there. But seeing the situation firsthand, that was just chaotic. I thought that we managed to save everyone, but it seems we were wrong. Me and Jean being there prevented more deaths from occurring. So how many would have died if we weren't there? We did all we could, Jean. We just acted late. I say after a while of silence. Yeah. We should have jumped in as soon as Iron Man came in. Jean said. Yeah, we should have. Yes. We could have jumped in, Jean. But we didn't have any sufficient reasons to do it. We were there just as a precaution, so we could not have predicted it would be this bad. I'm sorry, those people died, I really am. But if we weren't there, more of them would have died. We saved a lot of people, Jean. I'm not telling you to forget this, but don't let it get to your head. We can't save everyone, Jean. I try reasoning with her, though knowing Jean, she'll still overthink. I'll just have to try harder next time, then. Jean said, passionately. We made a mistake by waiting for something bad to happen and not listening to our instincts. The next time our guts warn us of something, we'll do something about it. All right? She asks me. Well, color me impressed. I thought she'd be depressed for a month or something. I stand up and hug her. That day, when we trained in the danger room, Jean fought extra hard and almost won against me using her Phoenix powers. Which was amazing, because it also motivated me to work harder. We sparred for 2 hours and I even taught her how to use her Phoenix fire more efficiently. Her cosmic fire, although powerful, was hard to control. Later in the night, I returned to my lab. I began dissecting the thrusters, finding out how they worked. I began to understand the design, which I'll admit was ingenious. It used concentrated muon particles, an elementary particle similar to electrons but with a much denser mass. They could be adjusted to increase its density or decrease it, allowing for flight or as a physical weapon. After I understood how they worked, it was enough to replicate the design and even improve upon it. I already had Sophie find me Howard Stark's Expo blueprint, add to that the scans I took of some of the drone's reactors. Reconstructing one was just a matter of time. It took me all night. I think it was around 4 in the morning when I finally began to understand what Tony had built. The radioactive material would first break down and be spun around to collide into themselves. It means there are charged particles moving in a circle, contained by a magnetic field. High-energy particles usually have high energy because they are moving very fast, and magnetic fields can curve the motion of charged particles. Curving the particles' motion into a circle keeps them in one place long enough to get them to collide. This also produced gamma rays as a result of the molecules colliding and releasing a loose neutron. There was a complex radioactive decay going on inside the arc reactor itself, one that I was just starting to understand. This in the end increases the motion of the magnetic field, alternating it as the loose neutrons began to move around. This in turn causes the magnetic superconductive wire to generate a high amount of alternating current. I finally put down the arc reactor and sighed, rubbing my head. I'm so glad it's Sunday because I'm exhausted. I hide the required items away. I added it to my ever-growing collection in my vault. I decided to go home and get some sleep. I was in my room, getting ready to turn in. I should go and see how Thor is doing. I laid down in my bed and prayed for a quick sleep. Chapter end. Title of the next chapter, Beware of the Thunder from Down Under. JK face with stuck-out tongue and winking eye. Next chapter though Cypher will be going to New Mexico. You should talk. Your costume's so tight you can tell what religion you are. Ever hear of a cup? Deadpool, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations.